All right. Good evening, everyone. I had to drag the microphone over, and I may not have tagged the stream correctly. And then, on top of all of that, it actually occurred to me, huh. All right. I think I need a quick second here just to double check a couple things. So first of all, let's make sure that the stream is tagged correctly because I think that might not have gone through. Nope, that's there. Okay, so we're off to a good start. It doesn't seem like I have audio coming through on the stream though. What's going on there? Um, okay, nope, that's coming through. Okay, one one more detail, and that is I did get this key through from GOG very kindly, but I remember they had a request. Yes, okay. So not every key request that I do is necessarily one that like there isn't sort of like a disclosure. Okay, there's a disclosure that you need to do alongside because that is the right thing to do when you've been given a key from someone. So in this case, I was given a key from the storefront gog.com. But every once in a while, when you accept these things, there will also be a request to say things. And I remember there was one with this, and it's a pretty understandable one. So obviously, this is GOG's request that gave me. GOG is the reason I am playing this game. And so, they would like me to direct you to their website. And rather than just say that, here it is inside of chat. https://www.gog.com/games/songs of conquest. So I know GOG sort of prides itself on DRM free. I'm always a little unsure of what that means for most things now. So I think the best thing I can say on these sorts of things is take a look at it for yourself and see exactly what that entails. I mean, I don't think this has sort of like a massively multiplayer online component to it, so it's maybe a little bit less ambiguous than maybe some of the other games that are on it. But I do know that that's usually the big sort of differentiating feature for GOG itself. And then on top of that, I believe GOG is still doing its sale. So their summer sale is still going on. I should maybe mention that Songs of Conquest is not necessarily the best deal going on it, which is not to say it's not a good deal. It's 25% off. And please keep in mind, this game is still in early access. So you two are unsure, but GOG sells Master of Orion, so they're the best in your book. I think I had a copy of Masters of Orion on Steam, don't I? Not to mention the rival, but it's silly to pretend that Steam is not another storefront. Like, everybody knows about that one. Well, clearly it's not in their catalog, so if I have one, it would imply that it was taken down. So maybe I'm wrong. I think the only Masters of Orion I've played is actually the remake, like it's not one it's not a beloved entry. But anyway, sorry. Like I realize the way I'm saying this is not a good sales pitch. The thing to remember about Songs of Conquest is that this game is currently in development. It's developed by a company called Lava Potion. It's published by Coffee Stain, who you may know from sort of Goat Simulator and Satisfactory and such. But the thing is that, like, you probably shouldn't expect things that are in early access to be going on these deep discounts, right? The game is still being made. It's still new. Now, every game is sort of going to have its own, its own pricing strategy, its own path, and obviously part of the job for us as consumers is to see kind of what we value and whether or not we're getting that for the price that we pay. But I did just want to say, where previously the reach out or the appeal to mentioning the GOG side of things, I should say one thing that caught my eye on the GOG sale was they're currently doing sort of this buy buy the game, get the DLC free. I mean, I'm not entirely sure you can say it's free because I don't know. Like maybe there's, maybe the price is already adjusted or whatever. Anyways, there's these bundles with a game and DLC. So I think one that might appeal to Songs of Conquest people would be something like Wartile. There's actually Mechanicus with the Heretic DLC. I quite enjoyed Mechanicus. So it's sort of a hybrid. You can kind of almost imagine like Darkest Dungeon meets XCOM sort of a setup. Tikri, how you doing? I think you were broadcasting today. I hope it went well. But yeah, there's a few in there, and certainly I don't want to draw you away from Songs of Conquest because I rather enjoy this game, and of course it's in development, so I'm sure it can use the support. But it is a little bit easier for me to make this recommendation just because there is in fact a sale going on, and I do know that this, at least on my screen, has a 25% discount. And I don't know, I think other storefronts might be doing sales right now, but I didn't bother to go and do the homework for myself because again, I want to talk about this game and this storefront. So that's my due diligence out of the way. Let me just take a quick second to close out all my windows. And we're in a bit of an interesting place as far as Songs of Conquest goes, because I was in a tutorial that was really kind of clobbering me. So I'm curious. Oh dear. Sorry, I can't actually find. I was playing Homeworld, so or trying to play Homeworld. I just did the tutorial. Okay, there's Songs of Conquest. Vampire today. Pretty good one. Not much story progress on account of a bunch of fun chat interaction. Cool. And I'm hoping that means everybody is now independently wealthy. Or at the very least that you made enough to cover your very kind subscription to the channel. I will properly introduce this game because it's been a little while, but I just wanted to make sure that everything's loading. Yes, here we go. Okay, so not by design, but I certainly kind of threw... You didn't do that good, but it's a good chunk of change. Excellent. I'm very glad to hear that. But yeah, so Songs of Conquest is a game... One thing that really caught my... Oh, I seem to recall this game was a little loud, right? Am I getting drowned out by the game audio? I thought I might have adjusted already, but I can change if we need. But yeah, this was one of these cases where something kind of popped up in my recommendations, sort of out of nowhere. I was really happy to see it, and I thought I would give it a try. Now, one thing I keep hearing about this game is that it's very similar to Heroes of Might and Magic, which I'm less familiar with, which might explain some of the difficulty that I'm running into with this mission that we've been hitting. It's about the same as you, so a little quieter wouldn't hurt. Absolutely. Oh, wow. So I think this will probably work for everyone. It's still a little hot in my headphone. I can kind of tell in my headphones when it's getting... All right, now it's just trolling me. I like that they quiet things down when you're in the options, but changing the sound settings and putting things a bit quieter seems a bit counterproductive. But yeah, this is probably where I wanted it. But yeah, I can usually kind of tell when it's a bit loud for me, just because like I have my own headphones and I tend to keep my system volume at a constant level. But thank you for the feedback. And please, if it's still too loud or if it's a little too quiet, just let me know. Again, when things are in early access, when things are in development, the levels are not necessarily going to be finalized. I know this was definitely true of Industries of Titan when we played it, so we needed to do a little bit of tweaking while while we went through the game. And it's perfectly understandable why that would happen, right? You don't want to spend a lot of time polishing things that may be completely changed by the end of development. That just means that there's less time that goes into making the things that we all love about games. But yeah, this game kind of came across my recommendations, which I'm very bad at seems pretty okay. Might be different in game. Yes, yeah. There is definitely a bit of adjustment in terms of jumping in between the game and the menu, but we can adjust. But yeah, I think so I'm probably a little bit outside the intent. So when I first looked at it, I'm like, okay, this looks like a strategy game that might be interesting to me. And it's definitely got a really interesting art style. It may be a little deceptive in terms of taking a look at this screen. It's more of a pixel art style in terms of the actual campaign. But this is definitely a case where I took a look at a game and I'm like, this seems like a good fit. I wonder if I'll be able to, do it on stream. And again, I was given that key, which I'm very happy for. And then, unfortunately, that happened to coincide with a whole bunch of other keys all kind of coming at the same time. So we had a really enjoyable time with Songs of Conquest at the start. And then I kind of wanted to keep on top of all of the different obligations that I had. And that kind of meant that this one wound up a little bit on the back seat. And so it may have been a while since... it's been a while since we played, but it may also be that a few of you have either joined the channel or didn't get a chance to see this the time that we streamed this before. And so it might need a little bit of a reintroduction. And then, of course, I'm going to be unfamiliar with a few different things, so I could also use with a refresher myself. But what we're going to do, we'll start by loading the game. I believe this... I'm pretty sure this is the one. Responsibility of rule. When a troop dies in battle, the other side gets a temporary increase to offense and defense. I believe when they say troop, that is the stack, not an individual number going down. Okay, so the problem that we ran into before, so first of all, this is the game. Very, very nice look. I'm assuming this might be Unity, but one of the things I do kind of like about some of the more modern look, like there's definitely no shortage of pixel art, but my soft spot is really when they take advantage of some of the features that are, you can kind of take for granted in certain engines now. So in this case, we've got this nice depth of field from zooming in. And then, of course, as you move over the battlefield, you still get varying degrees. Like, again, you get the pixel art. You have sort of all of those features that you would associate with older games. But you still get this nice feeling of, of it being in a place, right? Like it's not, it's embracing the aesthetic without being too slavish to the idea, I guess. I maybe not saying this properly, but like, it's taking the advantage of what I think a lot of people like about this art style while still sort of acknowledging that there have been some improvements in terms of the technology that can make the game look a little bit better. So like some wonderful things like seeing these reflections on the water. It's obviously in a 3D space, so of course that's why the depth of field makes sense. I don't know, like I kind of like these types of choices. It's a game that has like a lot of detail and it's very good looking, but it doesn't restrict itself too much in terms of the style. And I mean, don't get me wrong, some games actually are so much better when they do impose those limitations on themselves. It's almost like independent films. This is a super old reference, but I think this is like around the time that like Miramax was becoming kind of a big powerhouse. There's a filmmaker called Lars von Trier who introduced this style called like Dog Me 95. And it was supposed to be this set of sort of rules. It's almost like a filmmaker's equivalent of fasting, I guess. I don't think I've actually seen any Dog Me films. I just know who Lars von Trier is. But sometimes when you work with these limitations, you can force yourself to express yourself in new ways. Immortal Velity says, sorry, I had a phone call, so if you recall you getting mixed up with saying Homeworld 3 was a bad game, when it doesn't exist. Well, it does exist, just nobody's played it yet. You're getting it mixed up with Masters of Orion 3, which actually existed and was terrible and wasn't like the previous games at all. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. But yeah, I was... So, like, I didn't want to make a big deal about it because, like, obviously everybody's got their own opinion. Like, I'm sure there are some games which I can't... Well, actually, no. I know there are some games that I can't stand that are immensely popular. I also think it's true that there are some games that, like, people love to mock, but, like, really mean something quite special to people. Even if by any sort of standard measure, it's not a good game. So, you know, I always kind of wonder, like, there's my, you know, analyst hat, which I put on, and I will try to, you know, make my point as clearly as I can, and potentially even forcefully, if it's something that is a matter of sort of like getting to the truth of something. You know, sometimes, in fact, one of the ways to know that I don't really think I'm like not really interested in the conversation, or I just don't really think the person is engaging in the kind of discussion that I think is about getting to the core of the matter, is when I just disengage. So this was coming out, like somebody was talking about, it was about foreign direct investment in games industries, and they were making kind of a, like, I'll say kind of almost an economically nationalist argument, but I don't mean to suggest that this was someone of a particularly extreme political stripe. I think most people would consider them to be a pretty progressive individual, but it's also important to remember that for a very long time, a lot of resistance to globalism and a lot of trade was in fact on the left wing, right? It wasn't a right wing thing. That's a fairly new phenomenon, right? That normally you'd see in the United States, you normally see sort of Democrats opposing trade deals and Republicans wanting more free trade. It's only recently that has sort of turned around. But in any case, I sort of offer, they were starting to get into some material in which I'm sort of studied, and I think I kind of made the case that, you know, I'm not going to necessarily say this is correct. You know, people are going to argue about this, but I think one of the arguments someone might make would be that, you know, through this direct investment, you are building up skills inside the population, which can then turn around and, you know, use it to sort of build a local industry. At which point that would be in line with sort of your goal of, you know, having local stories told and local talent realized. And I think they basically said that wouldn't happen. And I said, like, well, you know, I know in your country that didn't seem to happen, and that it actually seems that a lot of local talent really rose to the challenge once the large companies left. But I think the counter argument to that would be Canada, where, you know, off the top of my head, I can think about 5 or 6 independent studios, all of whom are led by people who sort of cut their teeth on, you know, on large foreign firms, and you know, went independent, and they're making world-class games. We're talking about games like Outlast and, you know, Don't Starve and things like that. And then they kind of turn around and they're like, well, you know, well, I'm not saying that so studios don't exist. I'm like, yeah, but you're saying, like, I'm not saying you're not saying those studios don't exist, but I'm saying, like, you know, you can't look at these studios and say that this is a corner case. Like, these are genuinely, like, meaningful groups. They're not competing with EA, and I don't think they're intended to compete with EA. But if you're trying to make this argument that you need to basically be able to compete with, you know, the 5 largest game developers in the world, you've kind of already stacked the argument against your point. But the thing is, right, if you're trying to win an argument, then you're willing to sort of shift the goalpost or something like that. And at that point, that's usually where I'll disengage, because it ceases to be about trying to explore the relative merits of, you know, a position. So essentially what I was trying to get at was to explore this idea of crowding, foreign direct investment crowding out local talent. Because to me, I largely think that foreign investment in kind of local game development industries and that has, at least for Canada, worked very well. So I'm interested in hearing the counter argument. And that's partly because when I consider my own background, which is in the film industry, obviously before economics, that's actually not the case. That Canada has certainly had a lot of Hollywood productions filmed here. The talent in the level I was working at, which is, like picking up heavy things and putting them down again. Like, I was in camera, but like still, like I was not like a creative force in it, right? Those would usually be Americans. But in the case of film, right, like we have a fairly robust film industry here, but very often it is the talent that's being fostered is the development of American shows, right? So they're either taking tax advantages or they're taking, taking advantage of a weaker Canadian dollar. There's a number of different factors that can go into that. And ultimately, when a Canadian sort of principal, so like a director of photography, director or writer, when they want to make it, normally what they're going to do is they're going to go south to the United States. So, certainly a lot of very good Canadian talent, but very often you will associate them with American products. So, in that case, you can sort of, just to bring it back to the topic, you can sort of make the crowding out argument. And I was definitely very interested in sort of hearing the other half on the Canadian side, on the games industry side, just because the Canadian experience is positive, it doesn't necessarily mean that we didn't get lucky. But obviously, once the conversation ceased to really be about this assertion of a crowding out effect, and instead it was more like, oh, well, you're accusing me of saying there aren't any studios. I'm like, well, I wasn't saying that. And I don't really like the fact that it was implied that I was saying that. But if you're as best sci-fi, yeah, and I probably worked on a bunch of them. I was pretty good at digital, which is really helpful when you're shooting on a lot of green screens or going to scan it in anyway. And it was also kind of nice because if there's science fiction television shows, then you wind up in, you're on sound stages all the time rather than out in the rain. Although if you like travel to a planet, usually you have to go out to parks and shoot until the crack of dawn. Anyways, enough trips down memory lane. So the challenge, actually, I'll show you the problem. So we run up, we got what I thought was a pretty good little army. I'm gonna skip over the dialogue just so that we can. We'll read it later, but so it actually says here. So it's a bevy of pikeneers, a troop of musketeers, a bevy of pipers, a troop of veteran musketeers, and a bevy of veteran pikeneers. So it says this is a medium threat level to me, which I am admittedly a little surprised by. So we've got 20 footmen, 20 rangers, 50 sappers, 2 knights, and 30 troubadours. So in this case, the game actually seems to think that I have a fairly decent chance here. In practice, I get clobbered. So one thing I'm curious about, I just want to see what happens with quick battle. Yeah, okay, I would have thought so. So defeat. So now I'll go to the manual battle. I think this will be very short. My expectation is that we're going to lose. But, oh, they don't let me deploy troops. Interesting. Okay. So I'm not going to go, I don't necessarily want to, I don't want to die. I will make my best effort. I will explain these mechanics later, but so the idea here is they're going to have to move a little bit closer to get that deadly range. Okay. So I think if I walk through here, they get an attack of opportunity. No, well, that still happens. Good lord. Yeah, so we're already already losing our our front line. So yeah, as you can see, the assessment that this is a... Now, admittedly, I'm probably making some really bad choices here. But certainly the idea that... certainly the idea that this is a... an even match is a bit questionable. How you doing, Noxkayam? So that's the problem that we ended on last time. Now, I may be running this battle inefficiently, but the fact of the matter is that they've got some really high-quality troops. So the veteran musketeers are really deadly, and the veteran pikeneers are also a very, very difficult unit to deal with. Now, there's a couple things. So I think sappers are an upgraded unit, as are troubadours. But the thing is that when I compare the troubadour to, to some of the other enemy troops, like maybe the pipers, but like if I think about the types of units that I want to have sort of the deluxe version of, troubadour probably isn't high on that list, right? And in fact, even sappers, like they were a militia unit. And I think the reason why I went for, the reason I went for the loadout that I did was it stopped me from sort of uprooting certain buildings that I had. But clearly this isn't working here. So what I need to do is reevaluate the types of troops that I'm bringing into this battle. So I believe this is a game over that I get. Yeah, so that's basically going to be how we start. That's going to be where we start as far as the stream is concerned. I'm going to be trying to refactor my armies to sort of deal with this fairly strong enemy. So I suppose this is the point where I try and explain what's going on in this. So we have two. I think this is the level that sort of introduces the idea of having more than one hero. Now, as it happens, there's only so much to do. We've more or less sort of explored the whole map. We've kind of checked everything out in here. This is also where it introduces the idea of maintaining a base, which is up here. So I'm going to start changing the buildings in my base to make sure that I have sort of upgraded versions of certain types of troops. And then once we've got enough to deal with the rapscallions down here, we're going to turn around and try to try and do a manual battle that doesn't involve me getting beaten up. Okay. So, I'm just trying to think if there's a way that I can see. I'm trying to see if there's a way that I can find out what all the buildings... what all the buildings do. Huh. So one of the important things that I need to learn here is the different sizes of buildings and sort of where all my different plots can go. So here's an example of what I'm looking for here. Actually, maybe it's better for me to go back to the codex. So we started off with militia. So militia, peasants and beggars can still fire a crossbow. This is the default unit, so you can have up to 50 of them. Their damage is 1 to 3, melee offense 1, ranged offense 5. Don't cost that much, but they do have a reload. So basically, you can do 1 ranged attack, and then you need to wait the next turn. So sappers, you can still have 50, but their damage goes up to 2 to 3. So the floor is a bit higher. They have almost twice as much health, so that's pretty good. And then their range defense is higher. But the thing is that like when you look at a unit like this, particularly the fact that it's got a reload, maybe this isn't the kind of unit that you want to like really be pushing hard for, right? Like maybe you want to be focusing a bit more on some of the other units. So one thing that I would think of for myself would be, what are some of the problems I'm running into with the mercenaries, and how can I get around with it? How can I get around it? So I believe it's Byra that I'm up against. I can actually take a look and see what their units do. So they've got pipers. Byron soldiers demand good music, both to fight and to march. So it doesn't do a lot of damage on its own. It will do the Jig of Jigs, which is +5 initiative to friendly. But that's kind of it. So like to a certain extent, if I'm okay with the enemy moving before me, I can safely ignore pipers, all things being equal. Now we can take a look at the pikeneers. So the point of the pike is to hurt your enemy without the risk of getting hurt yourself. One tricky part about these units are that they have that extra melee range. So they are a little bit of a pain to deal with. To a certain extent, because of that extra range, it's not a bad idea to try and take them on at range. But whether or not that's something that you can rely on is another question. So they do 3 to 5 damage. A fairly dangerous unit on its own. It's Java. Good to see you. But the one that was like really causing us a lot of trouble were the veteran pikeneers, and you can kind of see why, right? The damage is higher by 2, and that's across the board. High offense rating, high initiative. Like these are definitely the kinds of units where you do not want to get close to them. And I believe because they have that reach, if you try and attack them in melee, I believe they get like a first hit on you no matter what. So love the art for this game. Gameplay seems it is definitely really interesting. As you can see, I was getting clobbered by by one of the tutorial battles, but what we're doing here is we're turning that around and kind of saying, it's like, okay, so the game's just not going to let me run any set of units into it. The only complaint I would maybe make is that I don't think it's really fair to call that a medium difficulty battle given my loadout. It's very clear that they have more high quality troops than me, and that the composition of the two armies is very different. Like the knight, for instance, is very useful in a certain way, but because I only have 2 of those knights, there's just no way that they're actually going to be able to do anything. They're always going to die before they get a chance to take an action. So in any case, so one of the things that I would want to do is like, okay, so I'm going to have to deal with veteran pikeneers. I could try and make something with a very high melee defense to try and push through the attack, or I can try and dedicate some of my ranged units to taking out the veteran pikeneers and to basically clean them out before we go and engage the musketeers. So that's consideration number one. What can I do about the veteran pikeneers? What can I do to try and get an edge against them? And we'll think a little bit about that. The other challenge is the musketeers. So magic, antiquated. Gunpowder is all the magic my army needs. So fairly high ranged offense, damage of 3 to 5. Reload, troop can perform one ranged attack, then it needs to reload for a turn. So they sort of have the same risk as my my sappers or militia for the lower level one, but notice that their damage is 3 to 5, and my sappers, their damage is 2 to 3. So they can do considerably more with even the base level musketeer unit. So then there's the veteran musketeers. Sure, archers can shoot more volleys while I reload, but it only takes one precise hit to stop the enemy. So in this case, their damage is 5 to 8, high offense. They have the aim ability, so that will give them additional range and damage. And likewise, it's got the reload. So it seems to me the way that I really want to be handling these musketeer units are I need to have units that either can withstand the damage, and let's face it, 5 to 8 is a pretty considerable advantage. Like I don't really see how I can just sort of brush off an attack like that. But the natural approach to something like a musketeer would be, think of what you would do in a real-time strategy game, right? You try and get some fast-moving unit to engage them in melee so that they can't fire their weapons anymore. And in this particular case, that would be what my knights could do. The problem is that my knights, there's only 2 of them. They're quite weak, and so it's not effective enough in terms of taking them out of the fight. The alternative would be is if I have enough sort of force, if I can just sort of outshoot them. If I have a reasonable claim to being able to taking out their numbers while they reload, then we could also potentially just bring more firepower. But that's a pretty risky approach. So with all of that in mind, I think this lends itself to a few principles. In general, ignore the pipers. It would be nice to avoid the enemy getting those initiative bonuses, but I think I have to focus, right? And it just seems to me that wasting resources on taking out pipers are things that will prevent me from being able to deal with the more pressing issues. Try to take the pikeneers out at range if I can. So here I would want to be paying attention how much health do they have, either 9 or 16 in the case of the veterans. Defense 7 or 13. So again, if we can, anything we can do to try and get an edge over these. And then when it comes to the musketeers, the idea would be either bring enough ranged strength that we're able to outshoot them, or probably more realistic, that we're able to find something that can cross the battlefield fast enough to be able to engage them in melee while the rest of my units deal with the enemy forces. So the next question might be, well, what tools do we have to be able to pull off this strategy? So we already talked a little bit about the militia. So the drawback here is that they've got the reload, but even when you build them up, it's really not that impressive as far as their ability to sort of deliver on damage. I mean, they've got the stakes ability, which is kind of nice. Erect stakes in front of you with HP equal to the amount of units in the troop. So this would be good if I wanted to build some sort of fortified positions. But of course, the extra melee range means that, that's not really going to help me against the pikemen. And of course, that's also going to take time. We're not really at a point where we want to just sit back and defend ourselves. So right now, the sappers are really not helpful against the this particular enemy. Archers, these are going to be my main, in fact, I think my only ranged unit. I know it says ballista, but I believe those are for city defenses. So these things on their own do 2 to 3 damage. Melee offense, ranged offense is what I'm interested in, 11. And then the archer units 3 to 4. An ambush attack the first enemy moving into your deadly range. Ooh, that's really good. So this is actually good twice over. So if we need to attack them, if we need to attack this is a situation where we could actually move the archers forward, try and start with attacks on the musketeers, and then when the pikeneers move into deadly range, it triggers these guys' attack. Or alternatively, we get one hit on the pikeneers, and then the follow-up attack is on is when they move into range. So that's definitely archers are high on the list. So we've got minstrels. Right now we're actually fielding troubadours. So these are better combatants than the pipers, which kind of are the equivalent. Where is it? Yeah. Compared to the enemy units, it's not necessarily bad. I am intrigued by this ability, the +10 defense to friendlies. So, I mean, again, these guys they're not terrible in terms of what they bring to the army. The question is, do we have room for them after I've gotten some of my other concerns? So as a combatant, they're not bad, but what I would maybe want to make sure is that I have maybe a little bit more of a core in my army before I start sending the troubadours out. So this brings me to the footman. So this is my basic melee unit, sword, shield, and basic training, ready to hold the line. Max 20, damage 2 to 5, health 15, melee offense 10, defense 16. A little slow, but they have this nice feature of shielded, which is a 50% range resistance. And if I upgrade them, Shield of Order, outstanding soldiers trained as Shields of Order protecting the core of the army. Again, max troop size 20, damage 4 to 7, health 25, so that's another 10 HP. Melee offense 13, defense 24. Protect, give friendly units plus 25 defense within one hexagon, and a 50% to ranged resistance. So you can see why the Shield of Order is actually a really, really desirable unit to have, in particular beside my archers, because I can keep my archers one unit or one hex behind these guys. They'll have their zone of control attack on anybody who comes after them, and then the archers will just sort of wear down anybody who gets in the way. Finally, we'll consider the knights. So this is what I've currently got in the army. Over the hills they came with snapping banners and shining armor, fast as the wind, fierce as the storm. So there can be up to 10 to them. Huge damage, 13 to 16, very high health. They do get a bonus to range resist. Ooh, actually, that's interesting. So maybe I just abandoned the idea of having footmen and I go all night. The thing is there's only 10 of them, so if we can't seal the deal as far as the attacks are concerned, it's not going to help us. I did also notice the Fists of Order. Now this is a pretty high. The cost is pretty high. One Celestial Lord. We get one of those per turn. So if I want to have 2 stacks of knights, that's 20 ore that I need to come up with. But basically, this is a fairly incredible set of traits. So 20 to 24 damage, 50 health. Charger receives for each step plus 10 melee offense. So when you run across the battlefield and just like let an enemy have it, you're delivering some pain here. And then there's the strengthen, give friendly units within one hexagon. I believe that's an either or option, so you can attack with the knight or you can give that strengthen. But yeah, needless to say, like this is a pretty intense unit here. So yeah, I don't know how we can get the horned ones, the Fey Spirits, the Fey Nobles. I believe we need certain buildings. We need access to certain buildings, which we don't have access to. So let's start by saying Shield of Order and Archers for a start, and then we'll see if we can get those higher level knights as well, but I only have so many upgrade slots. 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, so I can have 5. So one thing I could try and do would be 2 sets of footmen, 2 sets of archers, and then I would either be able to pick troubadours or knights. Alternatively, I could try 2 sets of knights, but that's maybe wishing for a little too much. But yeah, I think what I'd maybe try and do would be 2 sets of footmen, 2 sets of archers, and if I can bring like really the super knights. But I'm not going to bank on having that. So next step is to see what we need in order to be able to. Basically, I need to see what I need to build to be able to get these things. So right now we can get rangers. Looks like if we upgrade the barracks, I get the better archers. Actually, I wonder if I can. No. Okay, yeah. So archers require barracks tier 2, along with the Shield of Order, and we need a tier 2 castle to get a Fist of Order. Okay, so. In order to upgrade the castle, we need a quarry. Cool. So let's start by selling the guard tower. Okay, so basically I'm looking at, so what do I need to upgrade the barracks? I need a lumber mill. It's like, okay, well, we've got a peasant hut. That's going to get me 3 sappers around. So let's say that gets demolished as well. Okay, so quarry is a small building, and this is a small build site. Okay, so we've got 2 small build sites. So we needed a quarry and a lumber mill, both of which we can build here. So this actually wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. We're not as strong in terms of defense, but right, we can only build one thing at a time. So I suppose the next question then, so let's just cancel that construction for a second. I think the lumber mill is the slightly higher priority. Okay, so after all of that, talk, we'll kind of cross the turn. I'm curious if I can do any exploration around. No, I can't. So I'm going to try and trade out some units that I don't have much use for. Okay, so you get your fill of sappers. Yeah, it's a start. If I felt up to it, I could try and send this unit off to deal with the mercenaries, but I'm not really sure they're going to fare any better. So let's get that quarry built. Now, I'd obviously love... Oh, am I allowed to upgrade? Yes, I can. Nice. So that's already going to start us off getting the extra archers and... Okay, interesting. I'm going to need to think a little bit about how I want to manage all of this, but we'll end the turn. So a lot of this is going to be a bit of waiting, just because it's not just enough for me to have the troops that I want. I'm actually going to need to load up. Actually, if I recall, I can upgrade certain troops. Yes, I can. So I should have actually loaded up. Well, that's fine. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we'll take these sappers and we'll make them defending troops. I'll probably ditch the troubadours, but we're not in a position to change that quite yet. So in this case, what I'll do here is I'll hire up more footmen. I should be able to upgrade these, shouldn't I? Ah, but we're out of money. Okay, that's fair. Okay, let's top up what we can. So I basically have abandoned the troubadours here for now, but I'm okay with that for the most part. Okay, we don't quite have enough money for the upgrades that we're requesting. So what I'll do here is I'm actually going to upgrade the castle for starters. Now, this is going to get a little complicated because the cost of upgrading the knights is going to be considerable. So there's going to be quite a bit of time where where I'm just kind of waiting to get the resources that I need. And Takri says, I'm going to go lurk. Might be back before you're done, but not sure. If not, have a great stream and a good night. Thank you very much, Takri. It's always nice to see you, and I hope you enjoy your lurk, whatever you're up to. Well, other than lurking, obviously. But have a good one. Thank you very much for stopping by. Okay, in this case, I think I'm just gonna... I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can be doing with this other unit right now. I mean, I could just kind of send them out on whatever adventures. Yeah. I guess it doesn't hurt to explore, but I just don't think there's that much for us to explore at this point. So we will end the turn. Jetpack says, how do you find this game? All I've seen so far is an incredibly mediocre Heroes of Might and Magic with really good art. So I don't have the comparison I can make with Heroes of Might and Magic. I'm having a good enough time with this, but the one caution that I have is that because I don't know Heroes of Might and Magic, which a lot of people kind of keep referring to for this game, it's hard. Like, so I guess here's the thing, right? Like, I was given a key to this, and I don't feel a particular need to say anything in favor of the game, but I also dislike the prospect of maybe misleading someone. So the challenge that I run into is when somebody says that it's a mediocre Heroes of Might and Magic, some of the things that I could be responding to are things that are interesting and enjoyable on the part of basically I'm reacting to sort of that heritage that this game has in terms of Heroes of Might and Magic. Like, I'm responding to the Heroes of Might and Magic thing, which could, already be available to someone. So that's maybe my one caveat. Now, I have been enjoying the game so far. It is currently in development, so it's also possible that some of the impression that you've gotten is because it's still being built. I do know there's a map editor, though, so I suspect that there's quite a bit already available from the community. The only real hang-up that I've run into right now for myself is that I'm in sort of kind of a quasi-tutorial situation, and the game did give me a rating of sort of a medium difficulty fight, and it was pretty clear once I got on the battlefield that I was outmatched quite heavily. Now, that's not necessarily bad because, again, when you play a game, you want to have a certain degree of challenge. But as you can sort of see, I'm spending a few turns now to sort of refactor my army to be able to try and deal with the challenge that this scenario has thrown at me. And so I'm not 100% sure where things kind of went wrong. Like, clearly I was not prepared for what I went up against. But the one thing I don't want to do is turn around a lack of understanding or my inability to sort of pick up on something that the game had told me earlier and say that that's a failing of the game. But yeah, in this case, I suspect the next little batch of combat will be something from a slightly more informed perspective, and at that point I'd be able to say whether or not I think it's turning out. I would need an example. What do you mean example? I don't really do well with single word requests like that. There's just, even with my lower delay, it's not really something I can see. Like, I'm usually not able to understand the context that might be obvious when asking that. So I've upgraded my archers. We're just gonna wait the next turn to get the 3600. And again, we're going to have to wait on the Celestial Order to get my big scary knights. Well, I mean, how could I know that? I haven't played it. But what I'm trying to suggest is that because people are referring to Heroes of Might and Magic, and this has come up enough that, you know, it's clear that this is a big deal for a lot of people. Like, I have to take it for granted that there's a lot of similarity. So my positive responses could just be that this is my first exposure to that type of game, right? And so, you know, that's why I'm sort of bracketing some of my comments, which is that if I'm talking with somebody who's referring to this as a Heroes of Might and Magic style game, there's a context which is missing from any of my comments, and so there's maybe a little bit more of a discount that I would put down on, you know, favorable and unfavorable position, because it would be the same as like somebody who's never played Civilization, but is playing something like Humankind for the first time and saying, you know, why this isn't very good. You know, if they don't like the idea of a turn-based strategy game, or if they don't like the idea of sort of managing the food in the industry, that they're probably not going to enjoy Civilization for. That's something that's a little bit more central to a 4X experience. But on the other hand, I think it's also fair to say that Humankind sort of failed to find, I mean, so far as I can tell, really kind of failed to find its dedicated audience. I think quite a few people have expressed disappointment with it. I have not personally played it myself, so I don't really like repeating comments like that. But I've had a couple of people say that. And so with that in mind, somebody who says that they don't like 4X games, but their only exposure has been Humankind, it may be that it's just that they played one that wasn't quite for them. And because I don't have that experience of Heroes of Might and Magic, I'm not necessarily able to parse out the difference between the two. I realize that's a really, really long way of commenting, but I just kind of wanted to be clear that, like, I think in this case there is a certain amount of context that I'm lacking to speak with a certain amount of authority on the game. But yeah, like, so your example here, right? Like, again, I've not spent a lot of time playing Humankind, so I can't really say. No, but incidentally, I'm going to make an assumption here. I should maybe just save in case this is a bad one. I'm guessing that the AI is going to just sit and wait for me to take back Ashbourne. So in this case, I'm willing to sort of wait 7 turns to upgrade my knights. I think in a normal game, what would be happening is there'd be sort of an enemy troop sort of running out, claiming all of these different resources and basically getting stronger while I'm sitting and waiting. But in this case, I'm going to guess that the game's just going to let me clobber it. I guess I should have been doing something with my group here. I'll send it back. I'll have a lot of money to upgrade the troops, so... All right. So the mercenaries are just going to be sitting back down in Ashbourne. Oh, this guy again. I mean, in defense of the campaign, like, I like the fact that it's giving me a chance to learn some of this stuff, but from a learning point of view, because like the one thing I will definitely say for myself is that I think a lot about how anything, but particularly on stream, how games convey their information. And I sort of feel like they could have maybe nudged me a little bit on army composition before facing me up against these defenses. Just because in the end, it's something that clearly has taken me quite a bit of time in order to be able to overcome. And now we have the journey back. So in this case, I'm just not quite sure the time that's being spent here is is necessarily the best. And that would be an example to bring it back to the previous topic. I think this would not be a bad example of something where, I'm encountering something that's probably like, this is for lack of a better term, a defect that would be unique to Songs of Conquest as opposed to, as opposed to Might and Magic. No, I wasn't expecting that. It's probably more archers than I really want, but... yeah. Or maybe I just don't like losing and I'm going to try and blame it on the campaign. In any case, now we're going to try a battle where I feel like I'm a little bit better equipped. Barian mercenaries occupied the town of Ashbourne. Their leader, Captain Silkspool, appeared at the gates. Cecilia Stoutheart, welcome to the ancient seat of Lady Hammond, newly reclaimed by the Topaz Battalion, led by me, Captain Xavier Silkspool. I see that you did not heed my advice for a peaceful settlement. Peaceful? You trespass on Stoutheart lands, razed and plundered our settlements, and seized our towns, still with no declaration of war from Baria. This is not a Barian matter. We are merely under contract to restore Lady Hammond's lands to her. If you agree to return them, I'm certain we can negotiate for peace. Without a declaration of war, you are merely thieves and murderers, and we will not negotiate with criminals. Remember, we gave you a chance to return to Baira. Now every one of your dishonorable mercenaries will fall when we restore Ashbourne. So I'm kind of glad that there's some dialogue in between because I am going to save before this battle. Okay. So we'll think a little bit about what we were trying to do. So the game isn't going to tell me where the enemy troops are going to be located, but what I can do is push... actually, there's one small adjustment I'd like to make. Oops. I think I'm going to have to settle with that. So again, remembering our intention is to take advantage of the ranged, the extra defense for range. The other thing I might want to consider is the potential range of attack. Now, one thing I'm having a little difficulty reading, I believe the dotted purple line is the attack range. So basically what I should prepare for would be, I don't know if there's any way of me really showing it, but basically they can sort of attack this kind of range over here. So for starters, I'm going to... yeah, we'll quicken the night. Well, yeah, I was originally wanting to try and do this with the hardcore mercenaries, so actually it would have been better if I put my knights right in the middle, but I am going to be able to... That's a pretty good start. It's hard to complain about that. Oh, I wanted to... So again, we're, as much as we can, trying to ignore the pipers. Okay, so they're going to be reloading for a turn, so we're in not bad shape. Now, what I do want to make sure that I'm doing is taking care of the high skill, or the deluxe pikeman. So I could stand and... Oh, I got to remember, though, if they move into deadly range, I get a bonus attack. So in this case, I'm actually going to stand still because we don't need to worry about that range defense anymore. And they're in deadly range already. Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of... I'm going to wind up taking some damage here because of the response, the reaction shot. Now, my preference would actually be to send this knight to attack this unit from behind, but the alternative that I have is if I move this unit to deal with the pipers, what I get is... Actually, no, they're not going to wind up... Yeah, I should probably just end the threat of the musketeers. And then we can give... well, we might be able to kill him here, so it's really hard to turn that down. I also forgot to use my spells. All right. So in this case, oh, they're already in deadly range. I think we just hold the line. There we go. Hello, Shulker Limit. How you doing? Yeah, it's in this case, I wasn't as worried about... So, like, the previous time I did this, I had, like, a sapper unit, which has that same reload effect that the musketeers are affected by. I had a troubadour unit, which is not terrible at melee combat, but, like, almost every unit except for the pipers is... equal to or better than the troubadour at combat, and there's more of them. So the strategy more or less played out the way that I was hoping. The only thing was I didn't keep as close of an eye on the archers as I wanted to. But overall, I mean, 13, 6, and 4, those are not casualties that are gonna sort of that wouldn't put an end to my particular playthrough. So, like in this case here, I'm reasonably, I guess when it comes back to that, you know, is this game any good? Like, one thing I will say for it is that I was presented with a situation where, like, I looked at some combat and I said, okay, well, I'm clearly getting clobbered here, right? Like, my knights had 2 out of 10 and they were basic knights. They weren't these sort of elite ones. So that strategy of trying to run in and take out a ranged unit early, that wasn't going to work. I really only had the one set of footmen, which was sort of my range defense. So, you know, they would drop pretty quickly. My sappers were really only able to do damage every other turn, but they were not doing as much damage even as the basic musketeers. And so in the end, I was outnumbered and outclassed. And I suppose one thing I can say in defense of the game, or at least one thing that I can sort of say I like about this game, is that being presented with that problem, I was able to sort of make a decision about what units work well for my particular faction and say, okay, I'm going to try and compose an army of this. Now, in fairness, you know, I waited 10 turns in order to be able to get it, so it was certainly like my ultimate army. I have to assume the Fists of Order are like a kind of a defining unit for Stoutheart. Like that charger ability seems really, really good. But all that said, like, one thing I like about this was that I was kind of able to read the problems that I was running into in the tactical battle. And I was able to say, okay, so based on my understanding, here is how I'm going to try and build here's how I'm going to build a reply to this. And in this particular case, I was able to, sort of pull it off. Even with a couple of small mistakes, it was something that I was able to have a fairly convincing victory out of. I mean, again, is it necessarily a good thing to play a strategy game where you need to wait multiple turns in order to build your army, where your enemy's standing still waiting for you? Probably not. Like, if you're doing that in multiplayer, that sucks. But in this case here, where I'm sort of learning, I think this is kind of an indication where I'm going to be given some interesting decisions to make in terms of army composition and how there's there's something interesting going on here that I can work with. Because, I mean, again, I can sort of imagine a situation in which we'd sort of have to have some back and forth in terms of building an industrial base that would allow us to, to build and maintain armies. Obviously, this is a fairly strong group, but I would, like, being able to turtle, I would have a much larger army to be able to deal with them. So, in the end, I don't know what would have happened if this particular unit had been able to sort of roam the map. It probably would have demolished me, to be honest. But in any case, we've got some spoils of war. Archers, Gamson. I think we've actually got a similar item to this before. Handgun prototype. So this is actually kind of interesting because we do have two groups of archers now, and a turban helmet, which might be an improvement on what I have. We'll have to see. Orlean Justice. Beaten and humbled, Captain Silkspool is brought before Cecilia. Lady Stoutheart, you have won the day. Shall we begin negotiations? No. No. Vilja, do we have proof that this Barian, Captain Silkspool, did trespass, steal from, and murder innocent people of Stoutheart? Yes, milady. Many witnesses. And the sentence for these acts? Execution. Execution? I had a contract. It's not me you want, but my employer. Surely we can come to an arrangement. A trade? This is not Beria, so there will be no deals when the law clearly states the sentence. Welcome to Orleans. So I'm assuming we take over the city now? So Spool is taken away and Cecilia turns to Vilja. Cecilia, do you think the sentence wise? The Barians will not like this. Barians should stay in Beria. My people respect that I will uphold the law with no regard for rank or privilege. Perhaps they will prefer diplomacy when they are facing a Barian pike. Your forces are weakened, spread between the unrest in the Tenderwild and the eastern coast, where Lady Hammond will surely make landfall. That's why we need to make haste. I'll head to Paradine and the Tenderwild, and you to Springhold on the eastern coast. Very well, Cecilia, but something still feels off about all of this. We have no time for feelings or debates, my friend. The tribute from Loth will have arrived in Springhold. We'll use those resources to build our defense. Vilja, you offer your counsel, but do I have your support? Always, Cecilia. May your essence grow. Okay, so there is actually a bit more for this level. Good. If you could just give me a second, I actually need some water. I should have got that before I started, but I know it's really late in getting ready to go tonight. So if you can just give me a second, I'm gonna fill my cup, and then we will continue on with the campaign. All right, sorry about that. Ah, okay. So I was like, pillage, but I probably want to hold this intact. I'm going to take a second here to replenish some of my troops. I know we won't be able to restore the knights, but... And then I suppose I can see, so we've got +4 defense. Oh, goodness, yes. Quite a few improvements there. All right, and then we'll give my ally at least a new hat. Hey, Rouge Light Girl, how you doing? This is Songs of Conquest. This is something we played a little while earlier, actually, but this is me. So we've overcome a kind of a block that I had as far as like getting past like a difficult part in the tutorial for me, and we're about to reclaim a city. So this is where I'm first. Oh, okay, that was easy. I was getting ready for like a big battle. All right, so I think there's going to be some upgrades that I want to do later. I really want those knights. And there's an academy here, which makes me think that perhaps I should... Oh, we've already got an army. Oh, okay, that's actually good. So there's... we have like a little bit of everything now. Okay, so I need the celestial ore to be able to upgrade a few of these things. But I now have a marketplace. Ah, and we also have a small build site. So we've got lumber mill, farm, marketplace, 2 small build sites. I guess I could keep building more guard towers if I felt that I really needed it. But I think until we can get a better source of celestial ore, maybe we hold off. I'll definitely replace the marketplace with a castle when I can. It's actually quite a bit for me to claim here. Okay, it pains me to do this. I'm actually going to walk back and top up my knights. And that's just going to give me a chance to take Villia and grab... just grab some other items. Again, we're not really in fighting shape here. We can handle ourselves, but with like the one archer, that's not super exciting to bring into battle. But yeah, sorry, Rouge Light Girl, I don't think I did a good job explaining this. So this is a sort of strategy game in sort of an old, I'd say 90s, maybe 2000 style. I think that was the time for Here's a Might and Magic. So it's a game where I feel it's a little bit different. So like I feel like Total War sometimes gets a little confused in terms of what kind of a game it wants to be. Like I don't feel the strategic layer is necessarily interesting enough to sort of sustain the game on its own. So like the headline feature really is the tactical battle. In fact, I'd argue the only thing that I've struggled with for Total War sometimes is that I feel like the strategic layer requires a little too much of my attention to keep engaged with the game. This game, I feel like it has maybe a slightly better balance between the two. So the tactical battles are not so elaborate that like when you think of Total War, right? You think of like playing the kind of battles that you might see in the Lord of the Rings movies or something like that. And you know, the difference is that like you're in control. And and the strategic map is there because it's going to be the way that you kind of create the conditions for those battles, because otherwise it's a perfectly fair fight, or like sometimes there's just some value in trying to see, like, it gives you a motivation to sort of move your troops in a particular way. This game, it's kind of hard to say that the tactical battles here are going to be the headline feature. It's like, that's not a knock on them, but they're not so in depth that you would sort of say, you'll just play this in like skirmish mode and spend your whole life on it. And if you just kind of take a look at the visuals, right? Like, there's just so much detail and beauty on this map that I think you're meant to be spending quite a bit of time here. When you think of Total War, you think of your CPU screaming. I have some sympathy. My CPU is not, like, the thing is, it's old, but like it still does the trick. So like, I'm running a 6700K, and there are definitely some times where I see, I could have sworn I claimed this. Maybe I didn't. Well, a flag definitely indicates that I've got it, so I probably messed up here. But, sorry, I should have read the text. Ancient ruins contain forgotten knowledge. Prepared. Troops gain range. I definitely like the extra troops ability. But yeah, like, there are definitely times when I notice the age of my processor, and I am kind of trying to look to upgrade, but I'm still not 100% sure when that's going to happen. I think at the very least what I can do, purchase troop. Oh, wow. Yes. No, definitely rally point, because then I don't need to upgrade stuff. And in fact, that would have saved me quite a bit of a walk. I kind of wish I'd paid closer attention, to be honest. Well, whatever. We'll walk up and buy what we can. But yeah, so I mean, I guess I would put it to you that that's kind of the frame of reference that I'm coming to from this, which is, I'd say, like, this game does a slightly better job of dividing between the two. Like, I feel like the tactical battles are in support of, the strategic layer, which maybe gets a little bit more attention, where sometimes if I'm playing Total War, I can sort of feel like having to spend too much time on the strategic layer makes me cranky. Yeah, Chocolate, the only thing I can say is Jetpack, like, I don't mean to be mean by saying this, but you really seem dead set against this game. So all I can say, Choco, is that's not my perception of the game. I do think it's a good looking game in addition to being fun to play. Now, it may just be the way I'm wired. I might just be more favorably disposed towards certain games, but please don't take Jetpack's comments as being a consensus view. Well, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that, like, I don't think it's unknown. Like, I think everybody in chat kind of knows you don't care for it. And that's fine. I mean, I can handle people saying that they don't necessarily care for the game that I'm playing, but I'm also starting to wonder what the added value when people are talking about how the art style is very nice, I'm not entirely sure what value is being added by turning around saying, yeah, but that's the only thing that's good about it. Like, there is a certain point at which it just kind of becomes a bit of a drag. And I didn't really want to go this way because I don't actually think you're necessarily being like a very negative contribution in chat right now. But it is kind of getting to the point where I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be saying to your comments at this point, because, I respectfully disagree. I'm having a good enough time, at the very least, like trying to get some purchase on it. But I also sort of feel like I can't say too much about the virtues of this game without risking another batch of, oh yeah, but it's just not very good. And at that point, like, I sort of feel like if I need to watch what I say about this game, I'm not entirely sure that's a me problem at this point. And again, like, just to be clear, like, I really do not want to create an environment in which people feel like they can't talk about shortcomings of games or that. But it's just, I think, the difference between the added value of the comment and the, just kind of a restatement of material that's already been covered. And I'm sorry to take it to that level, but it's just, I feel like we're on a path where maybe it just becomes less fun for everyone. Oh, curses. Actually, there is one thing I will say about this is I wish when I want to try and adjust the map that it didn't get the story events away. Passing by an old tavern, laughter and the cheerful tune of Aurelia's blessing can be heard. The farmers dream of the happy golden days of Aurelia. I hope that one day we will return to a peaceful time when the only war that we know is that of the old songs and stories. What was that, milady? Nothing, soldier. Onwards to the tender wild. One thing I will actually say for this story, I didn't want to highlight too much about the story, is there is kind of something interesting going on here, which is Cecilia's story. So again, I kind of have to deal with the fact that I think most people who are watching the broadcast didn't get a chance to see this before. But it does sort of feel like there is the potential for an interesting story sort of being laid out here. The kind of initial trouble that started off this campaign was this rebellion. I don't think it was on this map, but like basically, there was a noble that these mercenaries said they were in the employment of, and you have basically the story as it is that I think you've got Cecilia Stoutheart's father had effectively banished this noble for so the idea here is that the Stoutheart clan or I think the faction name's the Aurelians. Let me just bring that up in the codex. Arleon. It's pretty harsh. I took it as a rebellion, but maybe court squabble. I don't know. I mean, we've got 2 maps dedicated to troops being. Yeah, we've got two maps worth now of needing to field armies to take it out. But either way, we've got essentially we've got sort of the initial sin, the initial problem, being this very harsh judgment that was brought down on this noble. And it's brought up also by my friend, my companion, Vilya. Maybe your father was a little tough on this noble. And it's pretty clear that Cecilia has been, is having none of that. And likewise with the Barian, we've got, we've got this admittedly smug and rather unlikable character. But, Cecilia's definitely said as there's no formal declaration of war as far as we're concerned. You're bandits and you will be treated as such. And after being bested in battle, we've got this mercenary captain who we've now sentenced to death. And likewise, we've got Vilya sort of saying, it's like, well, if you do that, you know, you're probably going to have a war. Can you necessarily afford to have that war? I'm just not going to respond to that. Basically, what I find kind of interesting in terms of this arc is that you've got, I mean, again, this is kind of high school, it was kind of like a high school level reading assignment. But you've got this one trait, which is kind of coming up again and again for Cecilia, right? This particularly uncompromising view. It's not necessarily a negative trait, right? There's a lot that she's talking about in terms of the stability of the kingdom. We've got these, we've got this relationship with the fairy folk. And in fact, it's one where we've even redirected our forces to, to right a wrong. That, we broke a covenant, which was, don't go trespassing in this part of the forest. So again, you've got, this force of order, something that's actually specifically in essence that's being brought up. You have sort of this manifestation of it. And again, if those of you that had to do something like Antigone in your, middle school literature classes, you've got this tragic flaw, right? Somebody who's got this very desirable feature, which again will be, in this case, Cecilia's sense of justice. But it is also one that has ultimately led to this rift inside the kingdom, where you have potentially an expansion of the conflict, where there could have been a time for negotiation with this mercenary group, but instead, true to her word, she treats them as bandits. And as a consequence, there is potentially even more trouble down the line. So, again, I don't know how much of this is necessarily going to be playing as part of the overall campaign. One of the things that is a virtue of this style of game is that you do have these heroic characters. They do have this larger than life effect on the battlefield. And so in this case here, right, you have at least the foundations of a potentially interesting story going on here, and one that can be reinforced by certain battles and certain events that can come up. And I would also argue, with the inclusion of a map editor, even if the base game doesn't necessarily provide that, I can see how somebody sufficiently interested in the title would potentially go down that route. I've not actually tried the map editor myself. I think it'll probably depend in terms of the overall campaign, how much I'm into it, right? If this is a game where I'm sort of like, this is my replacement for Stellaris, I'm probably going to spend some time making maps. And if it's just, this is a fun game to play every once in a while, I'm probably just going to download other people's maps. But I'm hoping that this decision to give some editing tools early on is going to result in some players making some interesting stuff to play. But I also just wanted to highlight it because it's actually a potential danger that you can get into for some strategy games as well. When I think of the Age of Wonders games, I'm quite fond of the Age of Wonders games, both Planetfall and Age of Wonders 3, but I think there's a perception, and I don't think it's an unfair one, that the heroes in those games are a bit too powerful, that they really do sort of become this axis around which the battle rotates. And to a certain extent, if you just throw sort of 3 of your common units against a soldier, like against a general, and chances are, it's those units that are going to get taken out. At this point, you just sort of wonder, well, why would I deploy anything else on the battlefield? That's maybe overstating it in terms of Age of Wonders, but wish they did more with AW3. Did you care for Planetfall at all, or did you just not try it out? I felt there was a bit of an unfair perception for Planetfall that it was just a reskin of Age of Wonders 3, but I actually really felt that they brought their own to it. But I know, I guess, Age of Wonders 3 got It was Broken Lords and what was the other one? Golden something. Anyways, I know there were 2 DLC, and then I think a lot of the material after release would be more player generated. I'll admit I've spent more time in Planetfall than I've played AOW3, but that is as much of just when I started playing as anything. But in any case, where I wanted to go with this was just, I think one thing that's interesting about the way that Songs of Conquest has done it, we thought it was very different from AOW3 economy-wise. I will suspect probably in a negative sense from your, like, again, I don't want you to feel like you can't say bad things about games. It's just proportion. But given the preference for AOW3, I think you'd suggest, it sounds like that's a step back for you. But what I wanted to say basically about Songs of Conquest, the way I think this is interesting, is that obviously a character like Cecilia does not take the field any more than Vilya does. And their influence is felt both in terms of the essence as well as the items that you equip. So that, again, there'll either be a more melee-focused, unit as opposed to a more ranged one, or, whatever. There's a few different ways that you can go about it. I still don't necessarily think this is the perfect model for a game like this. Like, again, I'll be honest with you, I'm not quite sure how you'd handle soldiers on the leaders on the battlefield in this particular type of tactical mode. But what I think I would maybe be a little interested in is if, again, I don't think Total War is the natural comparison here, but I do think there's something interesting about Total War where you have these very powerful sort of general and hero units, but the risk is that if you put them in too much combat, you lose them, and that's going to have a major morale effect on your army, which of course can mean you lose the battle. And so in that case, there's a little bit more tension in terms of what you're risking in order to take advantage of this present. And obviously some heroes are better at combat than others. But I do know, at least in terms of multiplayer, there are certainly strategies to sort of put this gang of assassins together to take out the enemy general. And it can sometimes be a really effective one. So I do think that this is one thing that Songs of Conquest sort of avoids, is that you'll definitely have very powerful heroes. In the end, my hero getting stronger means they can field more units, and they have stronger bonuses that they're giving armies. And of course, you will build those armies around those bonuses. But they're not so powerful that they're essentially just shrugging off the attacks from common enemy units. And at this point, you just feel like there's no point in fielding anything else. So. Only on the strategic map, the actual battle in Planetfall were great. The direct comparison is HOM 3 versus HOM 4, which had heroes on the battlefield versus being a commander with spells. I did not know that I'd always thought that Heroes of Might Magic actually... Oh, this is interesting. I'd always thought that Heroes of Might Magic used this style. That's really interesting to know. A band of frog-like creatures filled the road ahead. These could only be the frogmen from the fetid swamps of Patrium. But what were they doing in the Tenderwild? Had the Fae enlisted them along with the skeletons? That also interests me too, because obviously if this game is in development, it may mean that there may be either plans or they may change direction to approach the some of the previous entries. I just kind of one of my efforts, like in terms of trying to get an understanding in terms of what the game's trying to do. Again, keep in mind that I'm looking at I'm taking a look at the GOG review page here, because they're the ones who gave me the key for this. But the ratings that I have here, 4.3 overall, 4.7 for verified owners. So I think this would be people who specifically have bought this on GOG. And then there's a filters rating, which in this case is just English for me, where in this case 4.5. So it's actually the average between the overall and the verified rating. But yeah, in this particular case, they certainly talk a lot about Heroes of Might and Magic. There are a couple, I really wanted to like this game more reviews. There's about 7 pages of them. But I definitely keep seeing I kind of keep seeing the same thing coming up. Ever since they went back to they went back to the style for the exact that the leaders were too powerful. That's also been a long-standing that's actually been a long-standing complaint of fantasy strategy games. As far as you can tell, this game. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I make the comparisons more often is that, like, again, and please keep in mind, I'm looking at GOG, which is a different thing from Steam. Like, all I can see on this reviews page is references to Heroes of Might and Magic. So, like, in this case, like, I'm sort of derelict in, in my sort of my duties of figuring out what the heck I'm talking about. I'm actually just going to take a quick second here to take a look at the Steam page. Oh, that's really interesting. I should maybe let you know here. So it looks like Songs of Conquest is 25% off on GOG, which is nice because I can actually say this is the better deal rather than just, yeah, they gave me the key, so I'm going to flog this site. Looks like on Steam, this game isn't actually on sale. That's really interesting. So yeah, if you are thinking of picking this up, it looks like it's a bit cheap. Well, hang on, I should look at the Canadian price. Sorry. Now that I've opened this now that I've opened this conversation, let me just make sure I've got this right. So $33.99 Canadian on GOG, 25% off to $25.49, and on Steam $33.99. Yeah, so if you want. Yeah, I mean, GOG is also doing its summer sale right now, but for whatever reason, it seems like, I mean, I know Steam had this policy where you had to have parity with other platforms. So I wonder what happened there. Either way, the more you know. But what I was curious about is that GOG obviously built its audience around classic games. So I also think it's natural that you're going to see the references to Heroes of Might and Magic so often. What I'm interested in here is to see whether or not the Steam audience, one, it's got just a plus or minus review. So if there's a lot of mixed feelings on it, that may be reflected in terms of the way Steam does it. In this case, 80%, 85. So I think that's a little bit lower than the 5-star rating on GOG, but not off by much. But what I'm curious here, yeah, lots of Heroes of Might and Magic. Wishing for more optimization. People right now saying that it's a worthy successor to HOM 3. Well, right now it definitely isn't. I noticed there's a few more like low quality reviews on Steam, just where it's like game is good or like, just get it. But yeah, no, it definitely feels like the Heroes of Might and Magic references are not limited to sort of a more nostalgia prone audience in the form of GOG. Like that just seems to be a central theme across all the reviews. I will also note, I'm noticing that Steam's recommendations are like, is this game relevant to you? Game similar to games you've played, and it's got 2 Total War games. So, but yeah, sorry. The point I was going to make was actually one of the first places I heard it was Julian Gollop. He used to run a blog, and he was talking about how he really wanted a fantasy grand strategy game, which doesn't really exist except for, I guess, a couple of mods for either Crusader Kings or Europa Universalis 4. Is it Anabar? Anyways, I know the only complaint I have about the EU4 one is it's really hard to find documentation on it. So it has been a tricky one for me. And yeah, actually, I know GOG still falls back to the good old games references, but for a while they really tried to push back against that branding because I think they were finding that they were just selling a lot of low margin stuff as a result of it being perceived as the old games platform as opposed to the DRM free platform. So you actually notice they made this shift in branding to try and like be selling the value of the platform as opposed to it being the place where, you buy, buy the stuff that your dad talks about, or if you're of a certain vintage, stuff you played growing up. I'm like somewhere in the middle of that. Like, so there are a couple of things where I'm like, oh yeah, I remember playing that. But there's definitely some stuff where I'm like Starflight, for instance, is like, oh wow, like this is this is definitely, I didn't get to see this Starflight. The one I saw was a later sort of a later adaptation of it. But it is a wonderful way for me to see things. So like there's a Blade Runner game, which I'm really looking forward to trying. I also tried the CK2 Game of Thrones mod. It was a really interesting one, but again, I didn't spend a lot of time with it because I was just spending so much time in the base game. But I do want to spend some more time on mods when I can. But yeah, I think to a certain extent, the Blade Runner one, or Anbinar, or Game of Thrones maybe. Oh, is it? That's a shame. I quite literally just upgraded to the enhanced edition because there was a discount for people who own the original. I actually strongly dislike Night Dive Studios after the System Shock Kickstarter. I mean, I can go into it, but I there's just so many good things to talk about. Like I'd rather not just rant about something that, especially that's not related to this game, that that's my private gripe. But yeah, I saw Kilgore Trout playing the enhanced edition, so I figured I'd pick it up. But it's like that apparently was not the right decision. The good news is that it doesn't delete my old version, so I will try the Westwood Classic. You played the Squiddy Islands, Gray. Greyjoy, I think. Anyways, sorry, from the swamps. A band of frog-like creatures filled the road ahead. These could only be the frogmen from the fetid swamps of Patrium. But what were they doing in the tender wild? Oh, sorry, I wanted to finish the idea about strong heroes. So yeah, Julian Gollop, when he was running a blog, actually brought this point up. Where he was like, where is my fantasy grand strategy game? And he sort of gave a few examples of games that seemed like they could take sort of the mantle of, the good fantasy grand strategy game. And one really common feature that came up is that, it's hard not to have big heroes. Like that kind of seems to be part of the genre. But so many seem to either undervalue the heroes and like they might as well have not existed, or the emphasis isn't where it needs to be. Or they go the opposite direction, which is they are effectively like Hollywood heroes, and there's absolutely no way to kill them. That raises an interesting question to me as to whether or not that's actually just a problem that people who make fantasy strategy games just have to deal with. Sorry, I know this is really kind of going off the rails as far as Songs of Conquest is concerned, but like there's, I don't know, I guess a few like kind of well-known problems inside of different genres. So like, I'll give you an example. World War II is a really popular topic for video games, and like you can make shooters about them. One of the things that's great about Wolfenstein is that for most of the time, it's not controversial to shoot Nazis. They are like, it's not just that they're evil, but they like look the part. Right? They have a costume that's like, yeah, these definitely are the bad guys. So when you think about the sort of things you need in a first-person shooter, detection of who's the person you need to shoot, somebody where you don't feel too many moral qualms about shooting them. Like this is definitely, you wish there was a game with Hollywood heroes, but you in no way controlled them. You had to manipulate them. That would be an interesting way of doing it. Like one game that I thought I had an interesting take on kind of Hollywood action heroes was John Wick Hex, which I realized was sort of a bit of a love it or hate it kind of adaptation. But I did think it was really interesting how they decided not to basically make it another Max Payne game, but instead decided to sort of treat it as, well, John Wick has he's mastered his craft. And as a result, it's actually more appropriate to realize it as this turn-based game, which you will then sort of see play out as a result of the, at the end of the sequence. So the actions that John Wick sort of takes over the course of the turn resemble something like you'd see in the movie. But essentially you're kind of getting, presumably, in what they think sort of his headspace is, which is it's just a series of sort of well-trained actions, calculations made in split seconds. But of course, because you are not, the world's greatest hitman, you wind up, you're given the extra time to think about it. Which again, I thought was I think is a really interesting way of handling that. But number two, big kudos to the people who signed off on that decision, right? Because you can definitely see a valuable property like that sort of wanting to go to like Raven Software and say, it's like, how much money do you want to pay us for the rights to, to make another John Wick, or to make a John Wick shooter? But yeah, sorry, I was talking about, issues that come up. So, again, lots of World War II games. It lends itself to all sorts of different genres. So you can see it as a simulation. Flight simulators, used to be like all over the place. Probably less popular now, although obviously Microsoft's kind of brought it back. And, there's so many examples of famous air battles in World War II. You could do it. I'd actually argue one game that hasn't been made, but that I actually think is ripe for like a World War II setting is the Queen of the Hurricanes. So manufacturing and like management sims seem to be having a bit of a moment. Elsie McGill is an interesting historical figure. And the idea of achieving sort of optimization in aircraft manufacture in World War II, I actually think is a mildly interesting topic. Like, it's a niche topic, but I definitely feel like it's the sort of thing you could probably get an interesting indie game out of. So, again, World War II is a really, it's a really ripe genre for, for games. And of course, above all, strategy games. Right? And this can range from tactical games, so like for something real-time strategy like Company of Heroes, to grand strategy like Hearts of Iron 4. But there's a dilemma once you get to a certain level of strategic level, which is that if you make a game that takes place before World War II starts, you actually have this challenge that the Axis powers are arguably more fun to play. Because if you play a game, you play a game so that you can do things, right? You want to take actions. And of course, the most active entities in a World War II game at the start of World War II are going to be the Axis powers who start the war. And it's a little bit of a dilemma, right? Because to a certain extent, it's like, well, do we, you can see why someone would say, well, we don't exactly want to make the Axis too fun to play. Ideally I suppose in a perfect game, you're going to want, all nations to be equally fun to play. That's probably not true for something like Hearts of Iron 4, because I'm just going to assume that Cuba is maybe not as interesting to play as the United States. But with that in mind, like, that's something kind of structural about the genre, right? That needs to be, well, and maybe it doesn't need to be dealt with, but you can see why that would be something that people want to try and work with. And I mean, to a certain extent, I guess the way that Hearts of Iron 4 deals with it is that you can wind up in alternate history moments. So you may not necessarily wait out Germany. It may be that France and the UK are willing to go into the war a bit early. And so in that case, whether or not that's an active role, like, certainly the Axis needs to think a little bit about, I mean, I suppose if you just do everything, if you let history play out exactly the way it did, you're assured of a certain outcome, which is good for you if you're the Allies and bad if you're the Axis. But with that in mind, that's a whole set of design choices that you need to make based on the sort of game that you want to make. And I'd say that's fairly unique to strategy games, because again, if you're doing a first-person shoot, if you're doing a first-person shooter and you're playing as an Axis power, probably you're not a very nice person. I don't see why that would be a particularly desirable game to make. Although I will say that Battlefield 5 did this very well in their final episode. I think it's The Last Tiger. They actually did a very, very good job with that. So I need to maybe be a little bit careful in terms of when I say what can and can't be done. But again, for the reasons that I said before, in terms of first-person shooters, Nazis look the part, which for a game where you're needing that instant visual recognition of the thing to shoot at, you have some moral justification for shooting it, and you have something that is instantly recognizable as a target. And I think that's, in addition to the fact that history is inherently interesting, I think that's probably one manifestation of just the fact that World War II seems to be a pretty versatile and interesting setting for games. But I have gone well off the topic of fantasy strategy games and the problem of making sure that your heroes are memorable but not too strong. And it's possible that one of the ways that the heroes are becoming memorable in here are through these story events. A band of frog-like creatures filled the road ahead. These could only be the frogmen from the fetid swamps of Patrium, but what were they doing in the Tenderwild? Had the Fae enlisted them along with the skeletons? Greetings, human. We are seeking the Honorable Captain Silkspool, friends of Rana, the noblest of men. Do you know of him? Silkspool? I just had him killed for his many crimes against my people. Killed? Silkspool is dead. We were here to warn him and to repay our debt, but life returns to the marsh. So he called upon the froglings to help. Should never have left your marsh, little frogling. This is Arleon, and we have had enough of foreigners trespassing on our lands. With me going on a tangent or without me going on a tangent? This looks like a fairly... So it says very easy. It says Herd of Hunter 51 to 99 in terms of forces against me. But they may not be particularly fearsome. So I'm going to have my defenders. There is one problem here. We've got a narrow passage. So it's going to be like that movie with the guys in the capes. Okay, so the big question I have here is, what do I want to do with my knight? It'd actually be kind of nice if I could get a readout on... It's like they have spears, so the one thing I'm a little bit worried about is whether or not they have the... Okay, no, they. So what I was worried about is whether or not they have the extended range. So what I can do is I can just move my knight to just outside their range. So something like this. Although it occurred to me that didn't necessarily help me because I want to actually have the longest range that I can on the. On the movement. So if I move too far forward, this is going to give them a height advantage. There's no real range There's no real range bonus I need to worry about, so I'm gonna play with the movement a little bit here. Oh, weird. Why is he able to attack this unit now? Okay, so what I'm really looking to try and do here is just get in sort of the really deadly zones for the for these ranged units. I'm debating as to whether I'll probably take them out. Okay. So I am opening myself up to a pretty savage retaliation, but I do have the high ground. Alright, yeah. I was hoping we would get away without losing a knight, but... Can I get another? So yeah, obviously if I could have done that without losing the knight, that would have been nice. Because like the way to think about it is like even just losing one, that's like 10% of your force, right? So if you say you lost 10, okay, so I'd put it to you this way, like in one way of saying this is like, okay, you only lost one knight, right? Look how many of these things you took out. True. On the other hand, you could say, I lost 10% of my most valuable unit on a battle that was listed as very easy. Suddenly it sounds quite a bit worse. The leader of the frog people took the last of his raiders and fled back to wherever they came from. Alright, so I think I'm going to take a minute here and load up on some troops while I can. Okay, it's not going to let me do the upgrade, so I'm going to have to go to the rally point. Ah, now this is going to get complicated. One thing I can do, so this will be the replacement for... So this is not actually going to be something that I field, but I'm building it this way so that I can drop them off with Cecilia, or the knight off with Cecilia. I do also want to upgrade... Oh, right, I need Celestial Ore. Let's... I didn't even think about upgrading some of these. I should also take a look and see what I can do in some of the different different buildings. Okay, economy research, dynamic construction. Towns and settlements can construct 2 buildings at the same time. Probably not the most important for me right now because I already have all the buildings I want. Harvest the Glimmerweave. So that's the only thing that I don't currently have income for. Increase the taxes, so that gives me extra gold. Again, we're sitting on a lot there. All wielders gain Essence of Order. Creation Essence. Oh, I didn't know that you were writing something, Noxkime. How's that going? What? And do you mind if I ask what you are writing? You may have told me about it before, but if you did, I'd forgotten, and I apologize. I can tell you a small writing detail myself if you're interested, but I don't want to take your good news and turn that into something. Yeah, I don't want to turn it into my thing. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the essence first, and then any remnants we can spend on our units. And in fact, yes, we definitely want lots of celestial ore. I think I prefer the improvements that I would get from... Like, these let me get more, but I think increasing the abilities is a little more important to me right now, particularly for the knights. Finish writing the outline for the chapter you already started writing. What if you never do any pre-planning? Actually, I was trying to do a blog. I know this is going to be a long blog, but I started writing one and I think I got to 3,000 words. And then I'm like, okay, this now counts as the planning stage. And I'm going to go back and I'm actually going to try and impose some order on this nightmare. So I actually like, I kind of like planning. Then again, I think the origin for essay is to try. So obviously there is a bit of a learning process through writing, but it sounded like you were, when you say chapter, I'm going to assume that you're referring to a work of fiction, not like an essay. Okay, claim the farmhouse, receiving 75. Cozy tavern we can go back to, I suppose. A tavern fills an army with energy and vigor. Let's get Cecilia to check things out. Care and leaving a stone shows respect for the fallen. +1 offense, +1 defense. I think in this case we'll let Cecilia follow the path. Stoutheart troops march deeper into the Tenderwild, hoping they would be in time to help the settlements fight the Fey threat. That's not good. Oh, okay, well... Never mind. Having secured Ashbourne and made sure that the troops were sent to deal with Lady Hammond, Cecilia now led her forces deep into the Tenderwild to deal with the threat of the Fae.
She gave Silkspool the warm welcome he desired. Defeated him and all the bandits that he hired. But Walking Dead and Fae had now appeared. No time for cheers, just swords and spears.
Britist, hello again. It's been a little while. I have to wonder how many ways people will spell Fae. Yes, and I mean, I suppose with... I'm going to try and keep this digression to a short one. But one of the things that really kept me from getting into Pillars of Eternity more than I wanted to is they really like spelling special titles in their own like unique way. So instead of Duke being spelt D-U-K-E, they spell it like D-U-C. And like, I'm not a complete idiot. Like I can parse it out, and it's not like I'm like the smoke is not kind of coming out of my ears, you know, as I expend the processing power. But there is just like, there have definitely been some points where I'm reading the writing and I'm like, hang on, what is this another? And like, I'm trying to figure out is like, am I dealing with a fantastic creature? Am I dealing with a noble? If I'm dealing with a noble, like, am I dealing with someone who's, you know, an emperor, or am I dealing with someone who's like a steward for someone important? And it's just, I tended to find that it would create just this gap between my ability to understand and appreciate the story and, their effort to quote unquote world build. And I don't know, it didn't really work for me. I think just because in the end I was scared that there was going to be a quiz at some point where, I'd need to remember all of these specialized terms. And I kind of feel like that world doesn't have to come up with, strange spellings to be interesting. I actually think it probably has a little bit more, I think it has a little more going for it than that. But it is, in fact, one of the reasons why I've made very, very slow progress in that game. But I did actually really like Tyranny, which admittedly I've not completed, but I found Tyranny quite a bit more. I found it easier to get into, and I actually also found I actually quite like some of the themes that they seem to be establishing on it, particularly with the edicts and what I think the larger point that I think they're trying to make with them. You still don't have the story fully completed yet. I mean, this is heresy, but I kind of feel like people like to talk about how much they like Baldur's Gate and games like it a lot more than they actually did. Because I know a lot of people who have talked about liking Baldur's Gate. And then when I asked them, I was like, oh, did you make it all the way to the end? I don't think I've ever gone past like the second or third act. Because like the thing for me is like I got it on my iPad, played it. And as a mage, I kept getting killed at that, like the first combat encounter in the inn when an assassin comes to take you out because you're a mage. And it's like, apparently that was a thing about early D&D is that mages could become super powerful, but only if you lived long enough to be good at what you do. So like with that in mind is like, I've got so many people talk and like, again, like, let's be clear here. Like, this isn't me trying to be like, speak truth to power or whatever. Like, that game has spawned multiple sequels. It inspired so many other games. It effectively kind of put BioWare on the map for the type of game that they're really well known for. It is clear that people really like Baldur's Gate, and there's a very special place in gaming history for that game. But with that in mind, for all of the love of Baldur's Gate, I do run into a lot of people who've not played to the end. I've also chilled out a little bit on that comment, though, because when Darkest Dungeon 2 came out, I ran into somebody who was working on it. And, I sort of said is like, we already knew that it was like really successful. I think it was like within days of its release. And it did very, very well. I gave him a quick congratulations. I said, I got to admit, I'll probably buy it when I get home, because I'm out in Vancouver at that point, right? I'm halfway across the country. And I said, yeah, but like I didn't buy it day one because I haven't actually finished the first game yet. Like, I'm enjoying it. I want to get to the end, but I haven't actually made it all the way. And he actually said to me, so he doesn't work on the design side of things, but he does talk with Red Hook quite a bit. And apparently the discussion was that like most people have not actually completed the Darkest Dungeon, and they are very conscious of that in making the sequel. And the intention was to say, hey, remember all that time you really enjoyed about, in Darkest Dungeon? Well, we're going to give you more of that, right? You don't need to have finished the old game. You don't need to even finish this one. We're just going to give you a comparable experience to what you liked so much about the previous one. And obviously, that's one of the reasons. And again, like it's tough when I talk about Baldur's Gate, where, as you say, nostalgia is a very strong force. I don't want to say that Baldur's Gate is a bad game because people haven't finished it. But what I do find interesting about it is, particularly for a game which relies so heavily on its story, it does seem like a lot of people who sort of talk about really loving it are not actually getting the whole way to the end. And it makes me wonder what's happening in that middle ground where I still genuinely think they love the game. But what prevents them from seeing the story through to the very end. And I mean, maybe if I play more Baldur's Gate, I'll have the answer for myself, because it definitely doesn't have the same features of Pillars of Eternity that have kept me from getting through it. But obviously, that conversation with the guy in Vancouver, from a team that was effectively dealing with the same phenomena. Because again, it's hard to say that Darkest Dungeon is unpopular. And for a very long time, right, I would say that I loved Darkest Dungeon, but had not played it through to the end. But it does seem to be that the fact that a very large majority of Darkest Dungeon players not completing the game did not stop them from buying the sequel, even though it was on, an alternative storefront, exclusive to an alternative storefront, and obviously being in an early access stage, which had something of a mixed reaction, I would say. I know there's definitely some people who say they don't care for Darkest Dungeon 2. I'm not quite on that side of things yet, but I've been playing it more in sort of fits and starts rather than like dedicating a lot of time to it. But it's also just because sometimes when I'm thinking of streaming stuff, I don't play it too much. So like for this, I wanted to play it ahead of time, but they gave it to me for broadcasting purposes. So I might talk about unrelated things on a stream, but at the very least, I'm going to try and give those first impressions of a, live. All right, Mission 3, Vassals and Villains. Ashbourne was restored, and now the beleaguered Baroness faced a difficult decision. Lady Hammond and her forces were expected to land in the east, but Paradine, Warden of the Western Provinces, had sent a request for aid against the Fey uprising. Cecilia sent Villia of Thorncliff east to prepare the defenses of Springhold. She herself would race west towards the settlements of Windshade and Hazelpoint within the forest of Tenderwild, hoping that she was not too late to stop the threat of the Fey. Cecilia raced through the woods that border the Tenderwild to reach Paradine and the citizens of the Western Province. The threat of this Fey leader, Stormspire, and their foul creatures had spread from Barkspur in the north through the area around Thorncliff, and now to the peaceful farmlands of Hazelpoint and Windshade. What could they have incited the Fey to leave the Tenderwild? Paradine, you look like you've been through hell. How fare the settlements? Where and when did the attack start? Lady Cecilia, I'm relieved that you've come. The trouble started before the attacks. I received reports of a strange blight affecting the verge of the Tenderwild and went to investigate. I've never seen anything like it. What does this have to do with the Fey attacks? I'm still trying to work it out. The land itself is infected, corrupted, but I couldn't find the source. As I was examining the corruption, we were attacked by masses of chittering rats and armed skeletons. We had to retreat, but the essence around these creatures is most unusual. Paradine, leave the corruption for now. What about this Stormspire in your message? This is not the first time I've heard her name. Where's she now? She's everywhere, Cecilia. I received a message for aid at Windshade, but I no sooner arrived there than there was a call for aid at Hazelpoint. Then a messenger arrived from Maple Downs. I'm sorry, milady. I had to send for you. So this is, it's actually, I'm kind of glad I went on the rant about Pillars of Eternity. Like, I don't know any of these cities. And this is the sort of point where I'm not quite falling into the trap of this, but like, I have no idea where any of these places are or if these are going to matter later on. And to a certain extent, yeah, I understand you want to like build out your world and like create a sense of place and all of that. But like, this is actually something that the Horizon Signal in Stellaris did really well. And in fact, so the Horizon Signal was written by Alexis Kennedy, who also founded Fail Better Games that did Sunless Sea, that did Cultist Simulator. And one of the things he talked about in writing the Horizon Signal is the fact that you have this sort of like if you go into apparently, I don't exactly know how they established this, but apparently there is this thing where if you go through a door, you are more likely to forget something. And that apparently explains the what did I come in here to do phenomena, right? and like I think everybody's had this experience, right? You like walk into a room and you're like, why the hell did I come in here? It's like, and then like you walk out and you're like, oh yeah, I remember. It's almost kind of like the ideas just cannot cross the threshold. To combat that, apparently there was this very specific effort for all of the events in the Horizon signal, because of course it can potentially take place over years in game time, where it's like, the Horizon signal is an absolute tour de force. And obviously it's super cool that has been released for free, because it is one of the most high value, bits of DLC that have been added in that game story wise. I mean, obviously mechanically there's other things that have gone in, but Horizon Signal is, I think the really great thing about the Horizon Signal is that it really does feel like it's one where you can actually play it a few times through and still kind of have some surprises or a little bit of enjoyment. Because there's like, it's not like the decisions that you make have radically different outcomes, but it's a really fun ride to go on. So I think that's probably why I got a little more mileage out of replaying it. Then again, I also, just kind of, I'm favorably disposed to the author. So, but yeah, if you notice, so this is actually something that came up, I think in an interview, or maybe it was like an AMA or something like that. But this is actually something that was specifically addressed. And if you notice, when there are events specifically that are referring to other things, it will be like, meanwhile, you get a signal from, Earth 6, the planet that was on fire. There's always just some signpost which says, that, remember this one? It's like, yeah, you probably don't remember the name. This is the one where all of those weird clones were showing up. Or this is the one where, all the fires started. Or this one, the one you just blew up. And that's that nice little marker to sort of help you get into the story. And that's a conscious effort. That's a conscious decision in terms of the writing. So in this case here, right, Windshade, Hazel Point, Maple Downs. So yeah, I mean, what is the point that this bit of dialogue is establishing? There's a lot going on, and Paradis needs to help. It needs to help even when Cecilia Stoutheart is dealing with other issues. But there's that side of me where I'm kind of like, Windshade, I don't think we've had to deal with this yet. Hazel Point, maybe we'll visit that. Maple Downs, I don't know. But generally, I tend to find that this kind of dialogue works a little bit better if there's an immediate thing I can pin to it. Again, it's a minor point, but it's, I think, one of the ways that particularly fantasy stuff, which is just generally dealing with potentially new material, I think it's an effective way to help you navigate what's important and to sort of get a grip on what's going on. Alternatively, the other way of doing it is just don't give weird names to things when you don't need to, right? Like, there's only so many times you can hear, okay, yes, these are the Ottomans. We get it, right? I know you've made them a fantasy race, but basically, we've got a siege going on. We know what siege it is. It is kind of the same story over and over and over again. And if you put too much effort in like trying to change the labels on things, it just kind of gets annoying, as opposed to, being a really, like, I don't know. I've never seen a weird name on something and said, my God, this is just breaking new ground in terms of fantasy. But I have definitely seen playing other types of characters, or magic working in a different way, or relationships with the gods being different, right? So, one area I think that's ripe for a lot of adjustment is, it'd be nice if we could have clerics that are not wizards with different spell books, that the relationship with the divine is almost like something in an Ingmar Bergman movie, where the gods have their own intentions and they may or may not be interested in answering you, even if you're particularly devout. I think one actually show that does this really well is The Young Pope with Jude Law. There's definitely there's definitely events that happen in that which are, it would be quite a stretch to say that they are the product of just natural forces, although there's always the plausible deniability. I guess except for one like specific case. But I feel like I would love to see a fantasy game that actually tries a magic system like that. I don't want to give away too much of the story because I actually think this is something worth watching. But there is, for those of you that have seen it, I'm specifically thinking about after his trip to the mission, and he learns about the water problems and his very specific prayer, and almost this idea that he is compelling God to take action, I think is a really, really interesting moment. And I don't feel like there's anything that would stop a game from being able to treat clerics like that. Like, again, mechanically, you're going to have some problems where if you're not always guaranteed to have stuff happen, I think people are going to get annoyed, but I think it's something worth trying. Because in the end, like, I don't know, I just sort of feel like gods are probably more than just vending machines that you can get lightning bolts and healing spells out of. I just feel like there's been so much religious experience over history that if you look into particularly the weird parts of history, like the stuff that is almost didn't get passed down to us and like only survives in fragments, you actually wind up with some stuff that's pretty fruitful material for alternative magic systems or alternative religions. And again, it's not that it's completely ignored by other game companies. So like Kitfox Games, both stuff that they publish, so I'm thinking of Six Ages and King of Dragon Pass, but also what they do, Moon Hunters, that simple shift more to things like the Epic of Gilgamesh, like essentially to just sort of move past Greek gods and to just shift the mythology ever so slightly, just move it a little bit more to the east, and all of a sudden you have a really interesting setting, which feels very fresh, and I thought made for some interesting choices. Even if those particular games maybe had some defects, I just think their settings were actually quite good because they decided to look a little bit deeper. You did the right thing, Paradine. We've encountered the Fae in Flint Hills and the undead near Thorncliff. We must assume this is an organized action by the Fae. I beg to disagree, Cecilia. I have no evidence that links the undead to the Fae. The evidence will have to wait. We must stop Stormspire quickly and hope that brings an end to the undead monsters and this corruption. There will be time for your research when our people are safe. Okay. So, defeat all hostile wielders. I'm assuming this is like the default ability. Now, one thing I'm curious about, right? This is an interesting question as far as... Yeah, okay. So, this is like a little test, right? So what's the setup for this scenario? And the reason why I wanted to spend a second to talk about this was I talked about how maps can be built around a story idea, right? So like there are a set of character traits for Cecilia Stoutheart that I think could tell an interesting story. And it does seem like they're kind of following that trend. But you think of the setting, right? We've got Paradine here, who is not strong enough to handle the problems in his region. So the first thing I wanted to do is, like, if I go and try to attack the risen dead here, they number between 25 and 100, the last thing I want to do is have the person who needed to call for reinforcements actually be able to take on the first battle that I do. So I'm going to use Paradine to just reclaim a few areas. I'll try and get the bonuses for Cecilia. Road sign, Hazel Point, +1 movement, extra experience. Let's just go charge into the undead. Bound by oath, bound to her. What is this oath? Bound by oath, bound to conquer. Okay, I definitely like the idea of keeping these guys on the high ground. Yeah, I'm going to keep it like this. I will want to get the militia out of my army as soon as I can, but... I don't have much in the way of options. Well, I'm going to wind up moving this character... Actually, it doesn't really feel like there's much of a difference. Okay, we'll just leave it here. I wonder if there's a difference in terms of the damage on this unit in particular. Okay, so again, we hold the line here. So high ground plus 30, whereas here we get a high ground plus 40. Yeah, so the fact... This is kind of clever. The AI put the skeleton on the higher level here just to minimize the damage from the range units. That's pretty cool. So clearly I need to redirect my footman here. This unit's reloading, so... And in this case, I'm going to opt for minimizing the amount of damage, because I figure one of these units are probably going to actually also give a little extra initiative to our militia. But yeah, the idea here is just to minimize whatever damage, we get hit with. All right, well, I sort of bungled it here because I've blocked my man-at-arms, but it won't matter because we've got enough range to take this thing out. The ancient ruins contain forgotten knowledge, plus 1000 XP. At the spring, Empress Aurelia welcomed the people, of the Western Province to swear the oath of fealty and be welcome into the bosom of the Empire. May her rule be long and peace be everlasting. Praying here grants powers in battles to come, plus 5 initiative, plus 1 troop movement for 1 battle. It's not like I don't want Cecilia to pick up anything, but I don't want to waste movement on things that my lackeys can handle. So I'm guessing I can also visit... Oh, I didn't visit the camp. Soldiers camped here. Their camp can be pillaged for gold, or the soldiers can be recruited when they return. I mean, we've got room for 30 minstrels, so that'll just save us the money of recruiting them later. Hey, Paradine's got a level. Okay. So given the fact that this character's grabbing... resources, I kind of want to give them extra movement. But one thing that I feel about this game, and I don't know if this is going to count as a defect or if this is a lack of understanding on my part, but it definitely feels like command is an unusually strong ability to level up. And the reason I say this is that, like, the magic is cool, right? But +2 creation essence, like, I'm going to be able to, I don't know, give the enemy knight a hair lip or something like that. Like, it's not like I'm bringing down columns of fire and wiping out enemy armies with these abilities. The ability to bring another like block of troops, though, that can mean that I get access to new abilities in the form of the troubadours. That can mean that I can field another set of like a really core unit for myself. In terms of actually getting stuff done, it feels like command is a uniquely powerful upgrade. So much like compared to some of the alternatives. Now, I suppose one difference I would feel about this would be if I was in a scenario where I had a very weak economy, because of course then I'm not able to like I have the potential of fielding those troops, but I don't actually have any money in order to be able to hire them. So that might be a situation where I would turn around and say, okay, you know, I need to pick something else. Obviously I would be picking some abilities which are more aligned on improving that economy. So movement, if there was a lot of stuff that I could claim, or alternatively, you know, magic, if it was going to be something that I felt was a force multiplier. But by default, I am like, I want to try more variety in the skill tree, but I tend to find that I pick command more than anything because it just gives me access. Like, troops are the most direct line to me achieving my objectives, basically. Which is probably obvious to everyone, but I try and give, you know, some articulation of my approach and my sort of my strategy, my reasons for doing things. Tavern fills an army with energy and vigor. These skeletons were different. They wore the tattered remnants of the ancient Aurelian Legion, and the way they stood suggested they remembered some of their training. Bound by oath, bound to her. Noble legionnaires, why have you returned to hunt Arleon? Bound by oath, bound to conquer. But these are the lands you once protected. We have returned for her, bound to conquer. Okay. So this says it's a medium threat. This is potentially something that's going to kill me then. But we're going to employ the same strategy as before. We're going to hold back and try and try and snipe them to death. The one thing I will say that's a bit different this time around is we're really kind of confined to the back here. And if we're talking about legionaries, they're also probably going to be, they're probably going to have a better defense against range. Maybe not. Okay, let's see what we got. So Oathbound, pretty standard. Yep, so the Legionnaires are resistant. Okay, well, they're not going to hit me this first turn, so we'll just wait. All right, chat, you have just a second before you miss the opportunity of a lifetime. Oh, sorry. Although my birthday's coming up next month, so. So I definitely want a little more high ground for my militia. I also don't want to block the rangers, so we're going to leave it at that. There's no chance to take these guys out, so I am going to move just a little deeper in the... Oh, I wasn't expecting that. This is my attempt to defend my troops. I think it's better to try and take out the numbers first. So if I can avoid trying to defend my people on this side, so much the better. This is going to be a hard one for me to deal with, so... Yeah, hold the line. So he's reloading. There's not much to happen here. I mean, I could run out and try and take out this this unit, but that's not going to help us. Okay. So this is not a direct threat to me. This is... Okay, so this is the one unit that's going to be able to cause me problems this coming turn. So I don't really want to waste my movement, but I kind of have to on this one. So okay, so really our our man-at-arms is our big helper here. There are a couple things I can do. I could try another rally. That takes 12. I could pacify one of these. And in fairness, this thing we're probably going to be fighting for a while. So yeah, let's start with that. Wasn't expecting that. Okay, it's definitely going to be a rally. We need kind of all hands on deck. Now, unfortunately, we can't access this unit. So we are in a bit of trouble. Now, they're probably going to attack the... Oh, no, they went for the militia. Interesting. But this is, I mean, this is a big problem with the approach that I've taken, is that now I have to attack them from the low ground. So that was a pretty bloody fight. Okay, we can boost our melee resistance, we can boost our spell damage resistance, or we could unlock command, and again, going for command, even if that's not the best choice right now. So I can, I guess, depending on 25 to 100 rats. How confident am I? As the stout heart troops approached the small hamlet of Hazel Point, the peasants emerged from their huts and cheered. A scout in Loth colors elbowed her way to the front. Wielder, Roderick of Loth sends his regards. He would like to meet with you to discuss the yearly tribute from Loth, but Fae and undead block his path. He awaits you in Oakhaven to the southwest. Thank you. Tell him we shall come to Oakhaven when we are able, and Scout, remind him that Stoutheart will expect the tribute and not just discussion. Why do I have the feeling Cecilia is not going to like what she hears and will... Okay, not much for us to do here, it looks like. Might possibly alienate the people even further. So I don't see any reason why we wouldn't upgrade right away. Okay, so barracks takes 2 turns to build. Tier 2 requires a lumber mill, so let's start with the lumber mill. Nope. The offerings grant the blessing of the forest. Probably didn't want to lose that money right away. So I'm assuming, yeah. This unit really doesn't have anything going for it. So we're just going to grab all the wealth that we can. But let's creep in closer. Oh, fine. All right, this counts as easy. It definitely looks easy as far as the combat goes. So let's see how badly I can screw this up. Well, sure are a lot of them. Okay, so none of them threaten my archers yet. Can't really get that much closer, though. Yeah, we just wait it out. I think we go for the biggest number to try and reduce the threat. Oh, Berserker changed that calculation. All right. That does complicate things. I'm gonna take the damage. Okay. I don't think we have enough to kill this on one go, so I am a little worried about the retaliation. Now, I think I can physically attack this. Ah, darn it. So apparently we can't do a melee attack while reloading as well, which makes sense, right? Like, obviously you're not going to... Your crossbow's not going to reload itself while you're deciding to, you know, poke your dagger at people, but... I don't know why it said I couldn't walk there, but... okay, so game's telling us we should go southwest. I do want to see all the gold up here, but I'll do that with Paradine. And if we wind up having to fight some nasties, we'll, you know, we'll just move Cecilia back when the time comes. Okay, so I'm not quite ready. I think I want to build a quarry before I build the barracks. That is going to stop... Well, the sooner I build the barracks, the sooner I start getting reinforcements. So actually, maybe it was a smarter choice to... Well, no, but then I can already upgrade the barracks. No, I feel okay about the decision that I made, but we are holding back reinforcements a little longer than what I would normally want. So for this unit, we'll... Oh, apparently I didn't notice the dead commander. An old artifact is found on the body. It could prove useful in the time to come or be sold for gold. So I'll take the hat, but I need to... Actually need to give up a little bit of movement because Cecilia wants the... Ah. I wish I knew that I carried my goodies with me. But the weird thing is this is a different loadout than what I had before. Okay, well, let's find out what... Okay, yeah, so this is clearly better. I suppose this at least gives me the advantage of being able to equip my ally with some good stuff. This is a Not a two-hander. Okay. There is some sense. We have been using a lot of range lately, so I don't mind the handgun prototype personally. I want to give myself the option of having a melee improvement, so let's... You know what? I'm not actually going to use this guy in any fights, so we'll just give him a dagger for now, because it just occurred to me, like, if I want to go really nuts, I can double up the two melee weapons. I suppose the next question is, do I want to move the Rangers into Cecilia's army? Or, like, do I want to move everyone in? I wonder if I can still field the... Okay, no. I mean, this is a bit weird, but I can live with it. Oh, good lord. There's a lot to do here. This ancient wooden idol could be broken apart for valuable ancient amber inside, or it could be studied for the knowledge it holds. And Cecilia has gained yet another level, so your wielder can add this much of their own XP to other wielders, plus 25% for tutoring. We can boost our melee for an extra 20, or we can add another... So Command 7's getting a little silly, but... I'm building for the future. Oh, good lord. I did not realize I was moving Cecilia. Okay, well, we'll claim the... We'll claim this territory then. I mean, so much the better. We'll get this settlement after all, but that I wasn't quite intending to do this. Floating ghost-like beings in tattered robes guarded the mines. With unexpected speed, they soared towards the stout-hearted troops who held their ground bravely. You are not her. Let me guess, you're bound by oath. Well, you swore an oath to the wrong wielder. Okay, this is rating it as easy. I'm not sure if I should believe that or not. But I kind of like this because there's a bit of a distance between the two of us, which means we'll have a chance to get into position. Now it does talk about speed, so I'm going to assume that their ability to cross distances is going to be a problem. Okay, so first thing I want to do is... Fear no foe, plus 5 defense to friendly. I wonder how long this lasts, though. So we basically can't move anywhere here. Like, we're gonna move our archers where they need to go, and that'll basically be it. I keep forgetting the enemy moves too, so... Wow, that's quite the range. So I am going to risk the penalty on damage to move. High ground got me 20, so the net is a loss of 3 damage, which is not so good. Hey, Irrepressible, forgot what this game was until you saw the battle map, and then you remembered. Oh, Songs of Conquest? Okay, so I do have a little bit of a dilemma in terms of whether or not I want to put the troubadour in, or not the troubadour, the minstrel in danger or not. Let's go for the rally. All right, well... So I can get the high ground advantage doing this. I did not expect them to be able to just bypass zone of control. Is that a... Okay, fair enough. Says it on the card. Of course, now I'm stuck in melee with these things. But what alternative do I have? To start. I don't see a way where I can get around this high ground problem. Yeah, so that was a considerably riskier affair, but it's a good lesson for me. I need to take a look at the abilities of the creatures I'm up against. Okay, I think that's it for the turn. I'm also getting near the end of where I would normally do a stream, so I don't know if I have that many more turns left in me, but let's try and make the progress we can. And hopefully we don't have a fight ahead of us to claim the town. As the Stoutheart troops approached Windshade, they could see armed militia and barricades. The residents of Windshade had been preparing for a fight. A grizzled old guard strode over and saluted. Despite his recent wounds, he proudly reported the status of the settlement. Wielder, you came. I wasn't sure we were going to hold against another attack. We haven't seen Fae in this number since my grandfather's day. And on top of that, some strange ghost-like creatures have taken the mines. We had to retreat and make a stand here at Windshade. We came as soon as we could, veteran. You've done well here. We'll take back the mines before we hunt down the Stormspire and restore the lands. That's going to be mighty hard, Wielder. Thistletown to the west sent us to us for aid. A few survivors told of skeletons, rats, and creatures we've never heard of. We sent aid, but it ain't heard nothing since. Then Windshade will be our base of strength, and we'll investigate Thistletown. If they had veterans like you, they may yet live. Stoutheart will stand. Okay. Interestingly enough, that doesn't give me another objective. So the dilemma I have right now is that we've got the goal of talking to Roderick, but it's also talking about how there's sort of settlements in the west that I need to deal with, and it definitely feels like this is the stronger base that I'm supposed to be building from. So I'm going to need to think a little bit about how I approach this. But obviously the job for this unit, as always, is to grab all the goodies that they can, and if I can, it'd be nice to visit things like lookout towers. I'm probably going to wind up demolishing the guard towers, just because real estate is rather scarce. For build sites, my preference would probably have been a barracks, but we do technically have one of these already, so demolishing one in favor of like a rally point, although we don't have the amber or the celestial ore for that. But yeah, we'll see. I don't need to make a decision on that quite yet. I think Cecilia has movement. I suppose the next question would be, what challenges do I want to take on? So yeah, it feels like these are something I need to build my strength for. These guys might be something that I can fight on my own. Let's start by hiring what we can, even if it's just 4. Okay, the horned ones may be a problem. A little more worried about the small numbers of the melee troops. Hello, Temp Mine. How you doing? Okay, I don't think we're quite ready to, well, the trouble here is that I'm sort of forced into the fight one way or the other. I'm going to be a wimp and stand and defend, though. I'm hoping we're going to be able to take a few of these things out before they get in range, but I could very well lose my men-at-arms here. Are you kidding me? That sucks. Okay, that's not going to kill anybody. Yikes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to lose this. I guess I was dealing with a situation where I was going to face the damage one way or the other, so. But yeah, it was a pretty costly fight. On the other hand, I guess the other way to look at it is that it's getting me access to resources that I'm going to be able to turn into soldiers, so. I am back to this dilemma, though, of, like, I've got two wielders, but they're being... Actually, I mean, maybe this counts as a mild criticism of the game. Like, I do feel like I've got two wielders, but for most of the situations I found myself in, they kind of wind up going to the same areas, so it kind of feels like I have two wielders competing for resources as opposed to, like, improving my chances. So, you know, I'd love to do some fights over here, but I need two strong armies for that. But of course, I'm going to spend all the time rebuilding Cecilia's army over time. I also changed my mind on the buildings. I am going to build the marketplace just so I can get the resources that I need. So, like, I feel that there's some potential in terms of having multiple wielders running around the map, but because you can't, so far as I can tell, you can't seem to, like, double up people for battles. I imagine the main intention of having multiple wielders would basically be to sort of maintain multiple fronts or be able to do exploration in some different parts of the map. And that's clearly not going to happen when, you know, we have a really strong enemy over here. And we started off as a weak army. I've made it even weaker with, you know, by reinforcing Cecilia's army. But in this case, there was never a situation really where Paradine was going to be taking these on, and so as a result, I sort of feel like I'm fighting between my two heroes. Now, that may be true for sort of the inspiration, right? Like, so this might have been something that comes up in Heroes of Might and Magic as well. But it is one thing where I sort of feel, I don't know, I feel like there might have been another way to go about this. Okay, let's take a chance to equip. So, yeah, that's strictly better. I'm debating as to whether or not I want to go for the extra melee. I guess right now I've only got ranged units, so That's probably a particularly stupid move for me to make now if I tried, but touching the stone of this ancient statue fills visiting wielders with power. So celestial ore definitely feels like the resource I cannot get enough of. But that might just be the way that I've been playing so far. Forgotten Sanctuary. Resting at the Sanctuary ground grants visions of what may come to pass. Okay. One small thing about the art style. Again, I think everybody agrees that the game is visually very impressive. One way I get trapped a little bit on the map is that every once in a while, like, it's good that they're putting the variation in here, but I always get trapped and assume that this is a special location. There's another one of these just down here, right? I think it's because there's two of them. So, you know, logically, I can't pass this water anyway. So, you know, in the end, this wasn't like a huge problem. But I cannot tell you how many times I've tried to sort of move into this area thinking that these little, that these little lights are indications that there's something for me to investigate. And it turns out that no, they're just, it's nice art. Right, this ancient wooden idol could be broken down for valuable ancient amber inside, or it could be studied for the knowledge it holds. I usually go for the experience. Okay, so I don't think... definitely we wouldn't be able to take these on. The fact that I've only got 4 rangers and 20 militia, again, remembering that militia can only attack every other turn, we can't do fights right now. So what I'm going to do is, this village is not going to give me a whole lot as far as troops are concerned. But we'll grab what we can from this settlement. Then we'll move down to the small settlement. I may eventually refactor things. So like, it probably will make more sense for me to drop the marketplace and put the barracks here, and then maybe put something else in Hazel Point, potentially even a marketplace. But I'm not quite ready to make that change yet. Yeah, so we need stone, and I'm going to build a quarry anyway, so... We may have to wait a couple of turns to get the numbers that we need at Hazel Point, but it's at least a start. Why is it saying wielder has unused movement? Well, clearly that's not... Oh, no, it's my companion. Okay. So I'm definitely not going to be taking on these Fae. Kind of explored all of this. So there's really not much for them to do, sadly. Well, maybe there's no cost in kind of walking them over to the edge here. We'll see if there's anything in the edge of the map, but I'm going to guess it's just the end of the world. Okay, that's a start. I'm wondering why I'm not getting... Ah, that's an upgrade I needed to make. Alright, that's on me for not being more careful about that. I think, as I indicated, I'm gonna wait this out. Yeah, I think we just wind up passing turns, to be honest. Oh, there is stuff up here. Interesting. So I mean, there is a bit of a dilemma in terms of like when do I want to go out and do more? One of the ways that I think about this is that like, so what's the purpose of me having wielders right now? Well, right now what I'm trying to do is take as many as many of these regions as I can in order to kind of improve my overall economy. So if I could get more than one stone a turn, that would be nice. If I could get some source of celestial ore, that would be nice. And the thing that's preventing that kind of expansion, hey, Decree, yeah, I was debating on wrapping up, but I will try and go a little bit later because I've sort of got my sea legs under me as far as this game's concerned, and I probably have a little bit more time. It is the weekend, and I have some coffee in front of me, and pretty much the excuse me, the back end of this week more or less was me in abandoning any pretense at a sleep schedule. Although, if you can give me 1 second, I do just need to put something away. So I'm going to take 30 seconds. I'll be back kind of soon. Actually, no, Pam, I don't know if you're still around. It occurred to me I introduced a writing thing that I was doing, but I never actually talked about it. I'm happy to share a little bit, but I was also going to say one of the things that I've been working on lately. So this one of the reasons why I was later today is I think most of you know that I do data stuff, and every once in a while I'll like try something. I'll try a big project, but the catch is that for data. This is actually something that is going to take up computing cycles. So in this case, I had a job that I think one of them wound up taking like 2.5 hours. I'll just say it's a Marvel movie. Just go turn on a movie and it'll be done when you come back. What I've been trying to do, so a couple of game developers have been kind enough to give me some of their sales data to analyze. And one of the things that I've been working on is trying to come up with sales forecasts. So basically using the data that they've provided me to try and give them a reasonable estimate in terms of what they might sell in the future. And there are a few fun... Okay, so number one, like trying to predict the future is awesome and interesting and obviously challenging. But there are some more practical challenges, which is that a forecast that is interesting to me may not necessarily be useful to a developer. So the kind of forecast a developer might be interested in is prior to releasing the game at all, they want to know whether or not they're going to make their money back, because that might decide whether or not the thing is worth making in the first place. It might be, if they've already invested in a game and it doesn't seem like it's going to make its return, maybe they want to finish it, not spend as much time fleshing out all of the features that they wanted if ultimately it's not going to, if it's not going to sort of return that effort. There's lots of different reasons why, it's helpful to have sort of knowledge ahead of time, but it's also it's one of those cases where it's probably the least useful to get a data analyst to work on that, because there's nothing to work with, right? It's not opinion analysis, it's data analysis. But there's a deeper problem that I run into, which is I'm just some guy, right? I don't have some like business card that says, I know my stuff and I'm not going to take your sales data and sell it to a competitor, or any of these other different scenarios that can come up. So one thing that I've been trying to do lately, and I'm getting close to it, is to try and automate as much of my process as I can. So the thing is that there is a reason why I get paid what I do. And obviously at my workplace, I am severely undervalued, and, shame on my employer for not recognizing, and financially rewarding my abilities. But, like, the thing is that if what I do could be completely replicated by a computer, with the push of a button, I'm not going to have a job, and nobody's going to have a need to, to send me their data to work with stuff. On the other hand, I can at least give something like a first approximation of I definitely should have been investing in these. I mean, I'm kind of killing all my celestial ore, but we can get more, I suppose. The game hasn't really gone on the offense for us yet, so I think I'm going to... They want stone. Yeah. I may change the composition a little bit. But yeah, I have had a little bit of progress on that lately. But the catch is that because instead of, me sitting down and trying to make sense of a problem, this system is sort of trying to replicate my thought process in a credible way, but kind of goes down all sort of, basically it kind of has to go down the blind alleys that maybe if I was handling it, it would, like, it wouldn't be necessary to do that. But yeah, basically because it's doing that, it takes a very long time to run. And again, because it's data, it's CPU intensive. It's not the sort of thing I can just run on in the background. So going out for my walk and being able to just like do some other stuff on the side was a nice little chance for me to, I don't know, like I was just able to, sorry, I should be focusing on the battle. I think it's probably better for me to try and take out the... Yeah, like this thing's going to be able to attack me next turn, but I think it's better for me to go for the extra damage. So yeah, we lost a unit off of that, but we didn't lose as much. But yeah, so anyways, I've actually had some progress on that, which I'm reasonably happy with. It's still, like, to be honest, I would prefer, no matter how interesting the project is, walking away for a bit is nice. Yeah, well, it's also, too, just because, like, in the end, the computer's just churning away at calculations, right? So in that case, there's just no information for me to look at. But one of the things I'm hoping to get out of this is that none of the code that I'm writing for this is particularly hard to understand. So my hope will be that when I have a project that I'd like to approach like a developer, particularly the developer who doesn't know me, what I can hopefully do is be able to give them this program and say, okay, so, obviously you don't want to give me your sales data. I understand it. I am trustworthy. And like, one of the problems is like, I know I have something in my life where I can actually make a very good claim as to it being is like, you do not need to worry about keeping secrets with me. But the problem is that if you go around bragging about this big secret which is why you're so trustworthy, you have immediately demonstrated you do not possess the capacity that you claim, right? So it's just one of these things, like I do get it every once in a while. Sometimes people are actually quite mean about it, which, fair enough. I mean, you're getting an unsolicited request for data from someone. Like, I suppose you may not respond positively to that. But like the aim here really is to help people out. And particularly if I can get a broad enough cross section, it's actually something that I can share in a more generalized form that does not involve showing other people's data, but does give people some heuristics they can work with to be able to, kind of make their own decisions and sort of be informed from just general trends that you see in a cross section of projects, or a panel if you're a data maven. But yeah, like obviously it's tricky, right? Some guy coming up, I don't know, I guess the analogy might be if somebody you didn't know or has maybe this tangential connection to people that you know, but a follow on Twitter can mean anything. Having that is probably not going to, that's not going to be enough if somebody was asking you like, hey, could you let me know your address? Or like, could you let me know the city that you live in? Like immediately when someone asks you that question, that is going to like make you feel, that's going to make the mere asking of that question is going to make you trust that person less, even if it's for a completely benign like project. I mean, maybe, but I would say that trying to, like, networking in general, if somebody were to come to, like, generally if people come and ask me for help on something, I'll say yes. And I've had plenty of times where I've just asked someone for a hand on a project. The answer's usually been yes, or maybe a no reply. But specifically asking someone for sales data, that is definitely something I think that is a very different breed of request. Because I mean, I've heard from a number of developers, like some developers don't particularly want that information to go out because they're concerned their landlord's going to get it. And effectively the landlord's going to use that information to, to raise their rents. Another one, like an awkward one for me, is that I'd kind of like to offer a developer who I've been paid to do some work for. But one of the potential conflicts out of that is that right now, like the work that I've done does not involve me knowing their sales. Thank you very much for the sub, Jetpack. We'll let the Ark of the Covenant do its thing and then continue. But yeah, like there's immediately a conflict when I'm in a situation where I'm charging them a rate to do my thing. And now I have direct knowledge of what their game sales are. So, I'm doing like some sort of a $5 an hour, like friendly little thing for them. And I'm like, oh, it turns out your revenues for this game are like 10 million a year. Time to up my rate by a considerable number, right? These are not real numbers, by the way. Like this is, I'm trying to keep this as general as I can. But that's potentially an awkward conversation, even if I sort of know my intentions are benign, and I feel like I can do a good enough job of keeping the two apart. So you're right. It may just be a general networking thing, and I'm making it a bigger deal than it is. But I have found in general, and I think it's not unfair to say that specifically for data, just because it winds up being something that, at least for some developers, it's something that they can see some negative consequence, or at the very least they perceive that there can be some negative consequences for the wrong people getting it. It can be a little bit more difficult to get that, even though it results in a better project. So one of the things I've been working on is basically something that removes that worry. Now, I mean, you can kind of say on the other side, like this creates a risk for me because obviously there's a lot of human capital that I'm putting into developing this program, and effectively I'm automating away some of my value added before I've even been hired to do something. But the thing is, I'm actually not trying to get hired to do a lot of this. Honestly, a lot of this stuff I'm trying to do because I'd like to get a better idea of the overall shape of gaming, rather than these like isolated cases where people have handed me data sort of as a result of an article that I've written, or a friend of a friend or something like that. But the thing is that I'm at a point now where there's some projects where I can actually work with just an individual game's data. And I feel like being able to give someone a program where I can say, okay, run this thing, you can let me know what the values are, and you can see these values. You are the one who holds the, all the power here. If you are worried about what these numbers say, you're going to have full knowledge of exactly what you give over. But this will allow me to, know the thing that I need to know, without having to see the underlying microdata. And one of the things, this is one of the neat things about having an education on some of this stuff. So if you are interested in the eerie sounds of the forest surround them, sighs and creaking noises as if the wood moved unseen around them. These were the old woods of Arleon. They'd been here since Aurelia's time, and most of them much longer. Now that I know you can afford it. Exactly, Degree. Jetpack says, I mean, people do try to estimate this from Steam numbers and other stats. Anyway, yeah, they do. They just do it very poorly. I've definitely looked. I actually had an article that I was ready to write, which used data that was publicly available and nobody had touched. And then I had a problem with my virtual machine, which basically erased all of the data projects I'd ever done. And then I rewrote the entire thing all over again. And I was revising the paper. And then another outfit used the exact same data set. I was basically scooped for something that I'd started. I still have the Twitter messages that I sent to a couple game developers say, hey, would you be able to do proofread this thing for me? I'm curious if this is the real diamond in the rough that I thought it was. And they were like, I'm a little busy right now, but if you're free later, sure. But yeah, no, I mean, it's actually one of the reasons why the blog hasn't gotten updates for a while, is I was really discouraged by that. But don't worry, there's more writing coming. But yeah, it's the Boxlighter number I think you're referring to. I mean, again, you do the best that you can. But well, actually, Decree knows how deep down this rabbit hole I've gone. But yeah, there's actually some really surprising insights that you can find if you dig a bit deeper. Valve has sort of indicated. So Valve is sitting on the mother load of all of the data, and unfortunately they aren't sharing. What they've indicated, and some of these are actually coming directly from Gabe Newell himself, is that generally when you take a look at game sales data, it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't behave in a way that a common sense way of thinking of products would work. Now, some of the comments that he's made specifically about elasticities, I wonder about a little bit. Because the thing is that Valve is full of very smart people, and Valve hires a lot of data people. It's also worth saying that his comments on elasticity are actually quite old now, so they may have a better understanding. But it is also Google has made basic data mistakes. If you ever want a fun story, it's probably a longer digression for me to go on than I'm willing to do right now. But there's a fairly famous case of Google trying to use hard quantitative methods to decide the best color of blue, the one that will make people click the most. And it turns out that they made actually some very, very, very basic statistics mistakes, to the point that statisticians around the world were openly mocking them for this kind of mistake. And rightly so, by the way. But the thing is that I am not going to say that there are dummies at Google. I think there's actually a guy I went to school with who's unimaginably bright. I believe he wound up at Cambridge on a Gates scholarship. and I think he's at Google, or at least he was at Google at some point, because like we never really kept in touch. I just got a LinkedIn recommendation that popped up. But yeah, like the thing is that like this was my big lesson, is that, you know, I know a thing or two about elasticities, I think is fair to say, because this is my wheelhouse. Valve is very good at a lot of things, but just because they are very good at a particular set of things does not necessarily mean that they are incapable of making mistakes. So again, in particular, like I'd love to look at the Valve data set, and I'd love to see how they made their determination regarding this particular subject. But it's fair to say, at least the one bit of information that we have directly from Valve is that game data behaves in a very unusual and uncommonsensical way. That is not a that is not a word. But like it's one of these ones where you can't just let intuition take you all the way. You can use it to establish some basics, but you don't want to rely too heavily on certain assumptions, because you are going to find the ground sort of shift under you very quickly. And I really got to appreciate that once I started looking at the data that was available to me. The other thing that I actually realized was that I took a look at a couple of the bigger websites that claim to track some of these things, particularly price histories. I think of one in particular. Actually, I don't mind saying the name. SteamDB, guy who runs that's a dick. I found out. And I actually don't mind saying that, because I have had people say, oh, well, you know, seemed nice when I dealt with it. I'm like, yeah, well, when you were dealing with him, he wanted something from you. And in the case for me, I didn't have something he wanted, so he was quite rude to me. But I was actually kind of happy that I got a no on that in the end, because I found a way. Like, so I asked permission. And then I got the no. So I'm like, okay. And you were enough of a jerk to me that I'm now going to find the way around this. And I'm going to get your data anyway, because I'm mad enough about this. So I got what I needed for like a small scale thing that I was doing. And I compared it to something that I knew for a fact was true. Like I actually had like real genuine data on this thing. And again, did not make sense at all. Like the what was recorded on that site. No, I definitely did not. But I like, again, it's just one of these ones where, you know, for lack of any other information, you kind of assume because somebody's publishing it that it's correct. And in this particular case, it was anything but. It actually, it made me... I had started using it in some of the projects that I did, and the first thing I did was actually stop working on the project that I was doing, and I removed all of the stuff that relied on that data source, because it was so far off in some cases that I thought it was introducing errors. I, in some contexts, can be like, there's a practical reason for trying to avoid, like, obviously I'll let mild profanity go through, and I can let some of the harder stuff out in context, particularly in person. I don't even particularly mind foul language. But one for me, it wasn't that. I've had far worse people I've interacted with. Even in gaming, I've had worse people I've interacted with. But definitely in life, I've had far worse people. But no, it's again, obviously what people hear, you know, especially if I sort of stumble over my words, I apologize if I came across that way. But no, I definitely did not. I definitely did not say that word. But yeah, there's a handful of ones that I really, actually, genuinely do not feel comfortable saying. And admittedly, like, I am half Australian, it's more permissible in that. I guess there it's more of like an adjective than anything. But that's one of my red line words usually. Um, I realize I sound like a big softy out of it, but yeah, no. The practical point is just for streaming outreach. The logic for me was that The Sims is an amazingly successful game because it is a broad appeal game. That it's one that pretty much any age, any background, sexual orientation, gender, like you can basically cut it across any demographic. It's really hard to see someone not finding something they can enjoy about The Sims. And that's not necessarily true for like grand strategy. That's not necessarily true for a first person shooter. And sometimes finding a niche is a good thing, right? I do not necessarily expect a Christian Bible study to play Diablo, nor do I feel that Diablo is any less of a game for its failure to appeal to Christian Bible studies. But yeah, I mean, there were attempts. I think there wasn't there like something called like The Herbs. Yeah, exactly, Takri. I mean, and it's a double-edged sword for me because to a certain extent, I feel like the more I use it, the more I feel that I'm actually limiting my expressive power. But in some contexts, I absolutely do use it. The one thing I have noticed, though, is like, number one, it's a very practical point of view for me. It's like you've got The Sims, you've got Pixar. In this case, being able to appeal to a wider demographic. Actually, the biggest lesson for me is that most of the comics I like are really blue. If you have never heard of Frankie Boyle and you've got a reasonably strong stomach for comedy, was The Herbs by Maxis? Are you sure about that? I could see that being an EA title. Now I'm curious. Crack Steve, how you doing? But no, you're absolutely right. Like the Sims is definitely something that really hasn't been copied. I never knew that. I always thought The Herbs was by a different company. But then again, like I heard it in a Designer Notes podcast, I think. The Herbs, Sims in the City. All right. Video game for Game Boy Advance, GameCube, PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Nintendo DS. It is the third Sims game for video game consoles. Madness! That is absolutely a Maxis game. All right, well, I don't know what I'm talking about. No, yeah, it totally was Maxis. I am genuinely surprised. Actually, here is my favorite fact about The Sims. EA has, I think, a largely undeserved reputation among gamers for being the worst company. And I feel a little bit better saying this now that the Activision Blizzard stuff has come out. I have an article predating the Activision Blizzard revelations that rank them as the worst company, although obviously I did not know any of the stuff that came up. But, you'll usually hear the same thing, right? Destroying perfectly good studios, canceling all the best games, so on and so forth. But the one story I've heard is that apparently Maxis was losing faith in The Sims. And by the way, this is not, going to be like a full apologia for EA. EA is as capable of making mistakes and bad decisions as any other company, right? But I actually think, by and large, EA is a very good publisher. And I actually think that history will be much kinder to that company than gamers will be. I think for the most, again, I've already written an article on this, but like for the most part, I actually think EA is the victim of the fact that they happened to be in the doghouse at the time that gaming YouTube became a big thing. And so essentially you have an entire group of gamers that are just reheating those those leftovers, and they actually don't really know why they're mad at EA. They're just kind of repeating the 3. You still play 3 with mods? I don't think I've ever played 3. I think I just have the most recent one. But in any case, one of the lesser known facts about EA is that Maxis was losing faith in The Sims. I've heard a version of this that says was actually thinking of canceling The Sims, and it was EA that actually really pushed them and saw the potential in that title. And I mean, the other example I would maybe take would be the EA Originals program, because for the most part, I think for the most part, people do not realize that the games made in it are only recouping their actually, there's an exception. At least the original ones for the EA Originals, they will recoup their costs, but all of the profits go to the developers. Like, the EA doesn't profit off of them. The one exception I will make to that is that the last earnings call I heard from EA, they had referenced, I think they made reference to how well It Takes Two sold. So it's possible that with Hazelight, they may have some sort of profit sharing agreement now. But I mean, there is a reason why Joseph Ferris keeps coming back to EA. He is actually very happy with them as a publisher. And the people who I know who've worked for EA all generally speak well of it. One guy I know is somewhat critical of the publisher itself, but the division that they work in, they really, really like. So, you know, but the thing is, you never hear those stories, right? You always hear about that, like, you know, well, I like Bullfrog games and they closed Bullfrog. So, you know, it's a tough one. And yeah, I don't really know that much about the cost for The Sims because I just have an EA Play subscription, so I just play with whatever I've got. Anyways, there was a point for the EA stuff I was going on, but this is about language, so it's like basically, you know, what are some of my favorite comedians? I mean, usually older ones, but like George Carlin, really like his stuff. But like I said, I think Frankie Boyle is hilarious, and Frankie Boyle is also someone I am reluctant to mention to people that I like because of the nature of some of the routines. It is definitely well into the alternative comedy material. But what surprised me a lot was I saw stand-up is a pretty famous guy, but he's so famous I don't remember his name. So let me see if I can find his name. I think somebody said he was on a famous show called Full House. Sorry, I know what Full House is, but but it's not Bob Saget, who is definitely not a clean. Dave Coulier sounds familiar. Anyways, the thing is that like I've never really seen a clean comic. Most of the stuff I've seen, like, occasionally at like something like a occasionally what'll happen is like I'll be going to some kind of like corporate function or something like that, and they'll have a comedian, and the comedians are specifically instructed, like, you know, you can't tell anything too ribald or whatever, right? Which means like all the good jokes are gone. And they try and do clean material, and like it doesn't really land, and then they start pushing the boundaries a little bit, and the audience starts laughing, and it's really clear. It's really clear what the audience wants, and there's this fun decision. Like, some of them decide to stick with the rules, and the other ones are like, okay, well, you know, obviously this audience obviously wants one thing, and then they go to their usual material. But what really surprised me, I'm going to assume that it's Dave Coulier I saw just because it's what came up on a Google thing. But apparently this guy has got a reputation for being a clean comic, which, you know, I wasn't kind of bracing myself for like a really boring evening, but I was like, I don't really know if was the silly uncle. Okay, I've never seen Full House, so, but I'm going to assume everybody's silly in that show. I'm sorry, I know almost nothing about TV. I know a bit about like HBO and I know Apple TV Plus stuff. But in any case, if it's the same guy I'm thinking of, and he definitely looks like this guy, I'm actually struggling to think of routines that I have laughed harder at. He just absolutely killed it. And like nothing even starting to toe the line of the sort of stuff that you would, you know, you'd want to like put an age rating on or something like that. Like he was just genuinely funny. And that, like, I wasn't streaming at the time or anything like that, but that made a really big impression on me in terms of how like creative it struck me that it was, to know that there was sort of that restriction in front of him in terms of what I had associated with comedy, and how he completely, like, he worked completely outside of what I had always associated with what comedy was and what good comedy was and what good comedy material was. So, you know, again, like I do not want to come off like a complete Puritan, right? I mean, and the other thing too is like I play plenty of games about really dark subjects, and you know, if it seems right, like, you know, I'm not above, you know, going off my usual paths, but if it's a chance to be maybe a little bit more accessible, or if it's a chance for me to try and flex some muscles that maybe I wouldn't normally use, I kind of like the challenge from that. So, but yeah, so like with, like, just to be clear, like if you were to meet me in person, or if we were to be, I don't know, like hanging out for coffee or something like that, like I'd probably like swear or whatever if the moment called for it. But one thing that is kind of cool is that when I do use profanity, particularly on stream, it's really impactful. Which I think is kind of indicated from Jetpack's reaction to me hitting the C note, or potentially hitting it. Anyways, the eerie sounds of the forest surrounded them, sighs and creaking noises as if the wood moved unseen around them. These were the old woods of Arleon. They'd been here since Aurelia's time, and most of them much longer. So we'll loot what we can. Oh, yeah, and I mean, I was talking about the data stuff and that, but the destination for that is that I've got things, it like is not just data analysis now, it's actually actions to be taken as a result of that data analysis. So by building something that will allow the developer to do the data analysis without me having to intervene, let's say, it will open up more possibilities in terms of the kinds of recommendations I can make, while without having to worry about the awkward conversation of like, give me this valuable thing before we can work together. Besides, if I ever run into Annie Wilkes, I know I have a slightly higher chance of survivability. So there's actually no good reason for me to do this fight. It's just easy for me to get rid of these guys. So. Nuts. I'm a little worried about the big guy. Interesting. It's pretty sure that it's going to take out the two, so. Is the auto-resolve in this game not very good? I haven't tried very much because I don't know, I feel like I'd like to learn the combat a little bit more. The biggest thing for me is I don't like losing troops. But one thing I do like about the auto-resolve in the game is if you auto-resolve, you do get the option of doing it manually for an alternative outcome. I'm wondering if 8... Like, there is a point where the number of slots gets a little silly, so let's go for the melee bonus. I mean, I can give it a shot next time. Do we really not get... Oh, I guess maybe we... Oh, that's right, yeah, we went down and went back. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, to create... Actually, and that's the big thing, too. Like, I don't think people need to think that much about their use of language. Like, if they want to do something, I'm not entirely sure they have to justify it. Sacrifices have been made here. They fill Paradine with power. I'm getting all of these bonuses for combat on the character I'm not bringing into combat. But then again, I don't need to be picking the... I actually don't need to be picking the... Ooh, extra range is very good. I don't even need to be going to the places of power. I'm willingly choosing to do that. So that's on me if I feel like it's being wasted. So we'll free... I'm going to clear out the way to the rats. Or, well, to the rats. I'm going to clear out the way that the rats are blocking. And I think I'm actually going to move up and try and deal with the undead soldiers. What I'm mostly trying to do here is... Excellent. I'm trying to open up as many paths so that this this unit can start sort of running around and claiming a lot of stuff. A roar of rats and a roar of plague rats. All right. I need to find a way to get to the high ground reasonably quickly, or at the very least force them to be on the same level as me. Actually, you know what? I don't think it'll hurt to go through the middle like this. Sorry, I should have done the quick battle to show you the option to manual resolve. Looks like the plague rats are also the larger group. So receives +1 movement when damaged, +2 damage, -25 defense. Okay. So they all get Berserker. So clearly, like, this is the one I want to hold back. It's their initiative, so 4. Oof. This is going to seem a little silly, but there is actually a plan behind this. Oh crap, really? Dang. There's one slow militiaman. Okay. So, I mean, obviously I don't want to... Any one of these things I attack is going to cause me problems. I'm not crazy about sort of supercharging the plague rats, but it's a lot better than this thing just charging in at full strength on my man-at-arms. So... Okay, so we can definitely wipe these things out. Okay, so I can clean them up, or I can let, yeah. Again, I'm very loss averse, but it's also just because I sort of know how much time gets spent trying to recover some of this stuff. So, I don't know, 5 footmen. Sorry, I keep calling them different things. Man-at-arms footman. It is actually called footman. I feel like that's not a huge... It's not a huge loss. Soldiers are camped here. Their camp can be pillaged for gold, or the soldiers can be recruited when they return. We'll grab the minstrels. I don't think we have... Whoa, stop. Definitely running short on stone before. Oops. See, I should start building the castle at some point, but we don't have the stone. And then what I'll probably do, so we'll upgrade the barracks here, and then we'll maybe just replace this guard tower with a rally point, and that way we can properly make Windshade our base of operations. Okay. We'll let him clear out whatever he can. We didn't clear out these guys, so that's going to be a small problem. This ancient wooden idol could be broken apart for valuable ancient amber inside, or it could be studied for the knowledge it holds. Ah, we basically gained access to the same place we just got from the rats. Nice. All right, well, we'll grab what we can. It does free up Cecilia to claim more resources. Foul beings, be gone from these lands, or you will be destroyed. Bound by oath, bound to her. Her, Stormspire, tell me what she wants before I put you back in your graves. Bound by oath, bound to conquer. Okay, so what we'll try doing here, just for the example, I'll do the quick battle. If I lose units, I'm going to go back and do this myself. Yeah, so we lost 3 minstrels out of that. Let's see if I can do better than the AI. Probably not, but you never know. One thing I don't like about it is that I would like to be able to assign troops like where I want them to go, but yeah, life's full of disappointment. There's probably some sense in me putting the Footman up here. I get the defensive bonus, and it's going to draw their attention. The only thing is that I am going to take some damage off of it. Okay. Cool. Okay, so if we can wipe this guy out before... well, we don't really have any assurances there, so... Still like the idea of defending my people, though, so... Ah! I forgot to give them I forgot to give them 1 point to activate their ability. Okay, so the priority is going to be this unit because this unit can't attack anyone. Nice. So under normal circumstances, I would use this to attack, but it gets retaliation. So we'll just see if there's a way that I can buff my people. Rally seems to be the best way to do that. And I could do swap or chaos step, but that doesn't really help me. I also keep in mind I'm not able to use my militia. Ooh. I was hoping to use the ranger before I could use this unit, actually. It would be kind of helpful if it would say what the retaliation was. Okay, anyways, here's what we're going to do. We're going to boost what we can. Let's... Okay, so 4 to 11. God. Maybe a mistake, but... yeah, we lost one. Oh well. Still, better than the AI. So I don't think there's going to be much else we can do here, so I figured I might as well grab what I can. Although, if I'm looking for Conquest, maybe I do head up to... so I either take these guys out, or I do head to the... this side of the map. The only thing I'd like a little bit differently is if I could get Paradine... okay, actually, this is how I'm going to do it. We'll visit the cairn, we'll visit the farmhouse, we'll let these two armies get together so they can swap artifacts, and then we can what am I trying to say? We can move north with our better... 6 minstrels better than militia. Not entirely sure they are. So I tend to... the reason I'm using the minstrels right now is so that they can give the Fear No Foe ability. So that's +5 defense to friendlies. So basically, the way that I'm using my footmen, you'll notice, is I'm putting them in a position of strength. I'm buffing them with the defensive spell, and then I'll use the minstrel. So essentially, I'm trying to use them as a tank. The question, I guess, would be the numbers. So, militia damage 1 to 3 is not that much to write home about. You can compare that to minstrels of 2 to 4. Now, I mean, if you're saying like 1 militia, obviously 6 minstrels just on their own, 1 minstrel on its own is probably worth more than a militia. They're pretty effective ranged attackers, save for the reload. Obviously, the musketeer is a vastly superior attacker. But, I mean, the thing is, I already have some ranged bonuses, right? So even with the reload, having having a unit that can rain down some death while the others are engaged. It's nice to have. But I'll put it to you this way: like, I would probably be happy if I had neither in my army and I was just fielding archers and what were they called? Shield of Order. If you can just give me a quick second here. I'm trying to find a good time to wrap up, but I also want to... I just want to check something really quick. My bank is being a bit of an idiot. I got a wire payment like earlier this week, I think on Tuesday. So I gave it a... Yeah, I'm sure you've all experienced this with a bank, but like I gave it a few days to allow the processing. The other thing to keep in mind is if you're not Canadian, Canadian banks don't do wire transfers like everyone else. Like if you try to ask your Canadian bank for an IBAN number, they're going to possibly look at you like you have three heads. So I found out the trick. I've successfully had a wire transfer from this individual sent to me using the exact same service before. So the service very kindly will give you a tracking, system. It will show you exactly where it is in the process. And the one thing I really like about them is they actually include some disclaimers down below saying some banks will take up to 2 days to process a payment if you don't see it in your account. And then finally it says, my money's still not in my account. They're like, okay, here are the steps that you want to take, and give you some recommendations in terms of how to handle it. This is also not a bank that this payment service is working through, so I think they're also trying to just minimize the number of support calls that they need to deal with. So nothing has changed, right? The person sending me the payment has my info. We already dealt with the nonsense of dealing with Canadian banking in the first point. They used the exact same information, sent the money over. I waited 3 days. So I waited an extra day just for any security material. Takes 20 minutes on the phone for the agent. And I've worked for this bank, by the way. So I generally am very nice to the people that I talk to on the phone. I say generally because there have been a couple of times where people try to lie to me on stuff that I know, like I have firsthand knowledge of. And that is when I stop being nice. Because I do not think it is ever acceptable to lie to people in banking. So anyways, 20 minutes to establish that there is in fact no payment. I'm like, well, thanks. I kind of knew that on my own. So, what are we going to do about this, right? What do you need to resolve this? Well, have you tried calling the person? I'm like, well, here's the thing. I know this is sent. I have information, aside from the person who sent me the money, I have from the person they handed this payment to a confirmation that the money has been sent. So yes, I can waste someone's time, and I know you want to get me off the call, but is this really going to solve the problem, or is this just going to result in me having another call back when this person says, but we sent the money to you through this payment provider? Like, okay, well, we can do an investigation. It's like, well, what does an investigation involve? Like, I can give you some really specific information about the amount that was sent, when, where, the business. The only thing I don't have, moving money seems way more difficult than it needs to be. Well, like, especially because my bank will charge me $17 to receive a wire transfer. Like, one thing I will say is that it's probably more complicated than people think. And I think people got a bit of an idea as to how weird that system can be when the Russian invasion of Ukraine started. And there was that whole talk of sort of like disconnecting Russia from the global financial system. Like, there is a fairly impressive but also very Byzantine system of connecting banks across different countries, and with different banking regulations and that. And obviously there are more and more attempts to try and create uniform standards, not even necessarily so that it makes banking easier to do, although I think we all benefit from that. But like just the simple idea of like not allowing people to go forum shopping, like to, things like Basel II, Basel III, like standards for banks to be held to in terms of sorry, it's just been a long day, so I'm stumbling over myself, but like capital requirements, things about like the security of the global financial system, things like that. And the other thing that we're trying to work on now is, we as society, we're trying to deal on are like standards in terms of taxation, right? So that people can't, move the profits into different regions that have more favorable treatment. But as you can guess, right, like the international community is not always very good at getting everything sorted out and kind of on the same playing field. But yeah, to agree, like I can see some reasons why, like, because the big challenge is like what happens in a situation like mine where clearly a number has been moved from one database to another database. And in this case, the other database has not shown up. This is actually the reason why I get more mad about the $17 fee, is that I can understand it taking a while. I can understand there being some systems that require, just the verification that the transfer has actually occurred. But like the fact of the matter is that I now have like direct evidence that I am not assured that money that's being sent to me is actually being done so in a reliable or timely manner, that all of the responsibility is on me to provide them the information that they need to resolve the issue. And I am apparently intended to pay for the privilege. So there's a lot that goes into this, Tikri, and I'll be honest, I don't have as firm of a grasp on all of this as I can. But I think one of the biggest things that needs to be factored into a global financial system is sort of the question of like who has the money at any given point. Because you're absolutely right. Like when everything's working, like when there's like a well-capitalized bank that's not under any kind of trouble, and like another one, like, the money gets sent through and it's just like move one number to another. It's like, okay, but if you make it too easy, like you also potentially make it easy for fraudulent transactions to go. And it's like, okay, yeah, but we've got some security, in line with that. Like maybe that's a solved problem. It's like, okay, well, what if like one of the parties fails? Like where does the money go then? Like someone might claim, oh, well, it went to the failing bank and that's, gone to pay out all the people like you would in a normal bankruptcy. Like there's an order in which people kind of get made whole. And then there's the other one, which would say is like, well, no. Like, it's still in this it's still in this financial institution. So they should be, they should be the ones who send it out to me. And like that question of responsibility in terms of where it holds, again, it's not that these things can't be solved, but like what you need to do to make a global payment system is to kind of have you kind of have to have everybody agree to the same set of rules, and not everyone's necessarily going to do that. But you're absolutely right. I mean, this is, I think, to a certain extent, the argument of the cryptocurrency crowd, right? Which is that, we've created this alternative decentralized system, this ledger, and we're removing the middleman from that. We are creating this trust, which does not require either of the institutions to necessarily trust or believe each other. Instead, we've got this alternative. Of course, I'm the last person who's going to argue in favor of cryptocurrency. Like, let's just be clear here. I am not trying to say that this is a good alternative, but this is definitely one of the this is one of the arguments that these people are going to make. One of the things you had to do in a customer service job you work forever ago was bank disputes. There's some magic that goes on, and most of the people working there don't know the magic either. Yeah. Well, this is the thing that drives me crazy, is that I have at least enough of an understanding that once you start going down into the corner case, and I mean again, like, let's be honest, like my bank has not, well, the funny thing about crypto is that basically everyone's rediscovering why we have bank regulation in the first place. Like, I think the one problem is that it's really appealing to have decentralized solutions, and it's really appealing to sort of talk about these freedoms and all of that. But like, one of the things that's kind of nice about the status quo is we do actually have this appeal to the central authority. Like, I kind of like the existence of central banks. I know there are tons of people who do not like things like the Federal Reserve or the Bank of Canada. I actually think they're really impressive institutions. And like, I actually think it's a pretty good thing that we've got. And obviously the central bank's not necessarily making all of the decisions that the crypto people are talking about. Like, the central bank's not necessarily going to be managing the individual actions between the different financial institutions. To a certain extent, central banks do also like decentralized solutions in the sense that they don't need to tell, I'll use Canadian banks, RBC and TD, well, here's how you need to act with each other. What they'll do is they'll sort of set an overnight rate for them so that if, the banks can't talk to each other, I suppose they wind up going to the central bank. But that doesn't really happen. Like, what happens is the banks just sort of work it out between themselves, and just that benchmark that the Fed or the Bank of Canada or the Bank of England. I mean, the central banks are basically every country. EU is a little bit different because they've got the European Central Bank, but basically, everything is happening between these privately held companies, or private companies. Well, I guess public company in the sense that they're usually traded on stock exchanges, but they are not government-owned companies, is what I'm trying to say here. But yeah, it's a like in this case here, like it's a system that's actually worked quite well. And in fact, when it came to the financial crisis, it was one that allowed it to, I know there's people that can make arguments in terms of like, well, by keeping interest rates low, they inflated an asset bubble. But obviously some very fancy footwork on the part of central bankers is one reason why we're able to get out of the global financial crisis. But actually, Takri makes a really good point here, which I was gonna kind of attack from a different direction. Now, obviously, in the case of payment processors like Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, Discover, if you want to get fancy, as Diners Club is still a thing. But yeah, there is one line of attack for certain lines of business has been for activist groups to attack at the payment processor level, to basically say, we can't pass laws to ban this activity. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to exert pressure to effectively ban this, in the private solution. That effectively we're banning this this activity because we we don't like it, and we're going to use sort of this external pressure to stop this thing from existing. And I mean, there's other fields you can think of. The example I'm going to think of, and this is a complicated one, but MindGeek, which is the company that owns sites like YouPorn, Pornhub, RedTube, Brazzers, they're like kind of a pornography monopoly. So they're a Canadian company. They're the legal entity is based in Luxembourg. Their headquarters is in Montreal. So yes, Canada is apparently the headquarters of a porn empire. We're good at what we do. It's cold. What else are you going to do? Now the thing is that particularly Pornhub, which I think was the real target, there's a legitimate complaint to be made on that website, right? There is a lot of material that was not very adequately moderated and handled. And that's not really acceptable, particularly with the kinds of profits that they're making, right? And it's true. Actually, the New Yorker did an interesting article on this, because there was a case of someone who had been the targeted of some revenge videos that an ex had released. And their experience was when they would go to the site directly, it was very time consuming to get even like an acknowledgement, let alone a takedown. But what happened is when they reached out to one of these basically anti-porn groups, they actually got a lot of legitimate help. I think they were put in touch with a lawyer. Basically, this thing that they were trying to have stopped happening when they encountered this individual. But there's a catch, right? Because that group is not necessarily just doing it out of their kindness of their heart. I do think that they do genuinely care about the people who have been negatively affected. And I think these are unambiguous cases where I think everybody is going to say this shouldn't be on that site, and probably the host should have done more to prevent it. But it does not immediately follow that you agree completely with the campaign, right? I'm very bashful, so it is a little I'm kind of glad I don't have a camera, so I'm not blushing too much while I'm talking about this stuff. But it's fair to say I like to think that I am reasonably relaxed on the topic. People should be able to enjoy what they want. I don't really agree, even if I had a quite a conservative upbringing, that doesn't necessarily, that's not destiny, right? You are allowed to rebel. So, let people enjoy what they like. I haven't seen a Marvel movie since I think Iron Man 2. I'm not entirely sure my life is going to be enriched by seeing a Marvel movie, but I don't see why I should try to get Visa not to accept transactions from movie theaters, because I just want everybody to watch Ingmar Bergman's The Seventh Seal and the original Soviet Union Solaris. Those are the two movies that everybody needs to watch before we're allowed to watch entertainment again. You can only use a Visa to pay for those. It's silly, right? I'm trying to use these silly examples just to say, it's easier when you go to the ridiculous to sort of see the problem with it. But again, the reason why I brought it up is recently the CEO, I think the chief operations officer, there were three major figures that resigned. But more importantly, there were a bunch of layoffs. There's a really good community manager, actually, that was let go very suddenly as well. I believe they're currently looking in gaming. But I mean, to give you an example of the extent of the campaign, the mansions of one of the executives, it's believed was burned down by somebody affiliated with this activist group. So this is a case, right, where when you have either a de facto or an official central authority, you do create some problems in terms of the in terms of whether or not you have the freedom to do what you want, or at least in terms of what rights say you can do, right? So to give maybe another example of the complications in it's no less controversial, but maybe it's controversial for a different sense. one example where maybe we would find it quite desirable. So I'd put it to you this way, is that I think the difficulty with the campaign against pornographic material in terms of payment solutions, I'm not really comfortable with that, because I don't really think it's appropriate to have, like, so first of all, like, obviously the varying respectability of sex work has changed over time, right? And I'm not entirely sure we're as open-minded as we'd like to say that we are nowadays, but it's also like not the 1950s, let's say. And I mean, again, that's something of an evaluation that you make of the society that you live in and just generally how people kind of react to that sort of news. But it's legal. It's something that I think just because a group is looked down on by a certain segment, obviously I'm not trying to say that it's a good thing or that it's, you know, that it's widely believed, but I just think there's something very intuitive about the idea that a group, however unpopular, should not be denied access to payment systems, because that really is how you can operate in the world, right? It's very hard to work day to day without access to payment systems. But so with that in mind, I feel like the kinds of issues that these activist groups are trying to deal with, specifically in the case of pornography sites, can be achieved through other means, right? Whether it's regulation of the companies, whether it's stricter moderating policies. You know, if the sites are failing to moderate, you know, then probably this is where law enforcement should get involved, or there should be fines. Exactly, Takri. And that's the big problem, is that, like, essentially if you say that this person isn't popular enough to be able to access the payment system, well, I don't think anybody really agreed to that world. So, you know, that's a big problem that I think also to a certain degree, because it's an uncomfortable subject to talk about, that factor maybe isn't paid attention to as much as it should. But on the other hand, one reason why you might want to have a certain degree of control over payment systems is that one very effective way of combating terrorism, which I realize is something of an old-fashioned concern. I was thinking more so international terrorism, but I think domestic terrorism, you can make this argument as well, is to attack them financially, right? Cut off their access to funding. Essentially sort of the same strategy that's being employed against Russia. And with that in mind, you know, this is a very effective tool. I mean, this is effectively why, in the case of Canada, something like FinTrack, which is our financial services regulator, is as much considered to be a part of the national security apparatus as something like CSIS, which is Canada's CIA, or CSE, which is the equivalent to the CIA, or the RCMP, which is sort of kind of like the FBI. But I do also know that they do like regional policing as well. But yeah, I mean, like, you wouldn't normally think of a financial group to be part of the national security apparatus, but once you take a look at how effective, I mean, you can also just think about the way that Ottawa handled what was called the Freedom Convoy, but the anti-vaccination protest. Again, the special powers that were granted to deal with that did involve basically cutting off people's access to financial services, that banks were empowered to sort of freeze accounts if they were engaging in sort of financial transactions to support the occupation of sort of the downtown core. And that is a fairly controversial decision that they made. There are definitely people who are very angry that the government was able to do that. And of course, in a democracy, that's what elections are for. That's what, you know, investigations and committees and, you know, all that are for. But I think it's fair to say that, you know, this is at least an example in terms of when it comes to the enforcement of laws or the ability of public order, public safety. You can see the justification for these abilities. But that's a very different kind of activity. In this case, these are governments taking the sorts of actions that we expect governments to do. That's obviously very different from like Visa and MasterCard saying is like, well, we morally disapprove of what you're doing. And so we're not going to let you access our, our payment options. And I mean, to a certain extent, right? Like, I suppose you have to acknowledge that you can't really... Well, actually, I don't know the legality of like forcing someone to take a service. I don't believe you can. But the fact of the matter is that there's something very, to me at least, there's something very uncomfortable about the idea that somebody can sort of take a particular moral stance and apply that to everyone, and particularly to the people who are affected most by payments. So like, obviously, Ferris Antoon, who is one of the executives that resigned from MindGeek, he's going to be fine financially, right? Like, I'm sure he is resigned because of financial pressure put on over the loss of access to credit card payments. But I'm pretty sure it's the people who have been laid off that are more heavily hit by that. And then, of course, this is to say nothing for the creators. Obviously, as Takri has said, like, this is not just an abstract discussion. This is somebody that we know is very pleasant to have in chat and is, doing work. Like, far more... I'm going to make a guess. Takri and I have not compared income statements, but I'm going to guess that she's quite a bit better at making money, which... online, which again, if that's how we're going to value things, better content creator than I am. But that's also in the light of the fact that, it's also in an environment where, as she said in chat, like there's a big hurdle that now needs to be dealt with, even though at no point did sort of society get together and say that we're going to restrict this activity. I don't know about easy mode. I mean, again, I don't know how much detail we really got into in terms of comparisons, but I suspect that probably you're undervaluing your value add. But yeah, sorry, I realize this is like kind of borderline just chatting at this point. Hey, 2 levels. I feel like probably I should boost the movement at this point. Yeah, I definitely was not planning on covering these topics. When I started the stream tonight, I was originally just talking about payment processing. I may have to wrap up reasonably soon, though. I did order some food, which I think has arrived. Well, hopefully chatting about an involved topic is not a bad thing. It is. I think it's why a lot of people watch. Like I try not to go out of my way on it, but I also think that particularly when it's an important topic or one that people care quite a bit about, I don't like the idea of just sort of leaving it half done. So like, I can be ignorant on a lot of stuff. That's kind of unavoidable for me. But I do like the idea, nice, more farmland. I'm also kind of I'm at a somewhat good point for that because I'm just kind of picking stuff up off the ground. The sound on this, by the way, is great. Like, I really like the sounds of picking stuff up. They've made that very enjoyable. But yeah, like, again, I would be happier to be accused of having an incomplete understanding or, you know, like a you know, being mistaken. There's a number of different things. I think that I could live with. But the idea of I don't know, like underserving a topic because it's like, oh, you know, I need to shoot 5 more aliens now. That's you know, obviously I'd feel worse about that because I kind of figure in the end, it's lots of people playing lots of good games. So hopefully at least I can say something that will provoke thought. Small settlement of Crow Point is right on the border between the Barony of Loth and the Barony of Stoutheart. Wilder Paradine, it's a relief to see you. These are strange and dark times. Strange indeed and fascinating, but I need a detailed account of what you've seen, please. It started some weeks ago. There were sounds of fighting and a terrible explosion from within the Tenderwild. We armed ourselves and kept a close watch. An explosion? That has not been reported in other accounts of fighting. What happened next? The Fae began to appear, and monsters we'd never seen or heard of, great shambling piles of bones that seemed melded together. We hid behind our walls and have been too afraid to send to Oakhaven for aid. We're on our way to Oakhaven and we'll send reinforcements. For now, you can breathe easy. You're under our protection. Stoutheart will stand. Okay. Nice. I'm going to grab the last few goodies, and I think I got to call it there. I'm sorry to have spent so much time talking, only to sort of turn around and wrap up the game, but I need some food, and I do actually need to get some writing in tonight. But yeah, I think we'll leave it there. So, I don't know. I'm hoping this was not too off-putting. Like I said, I actually quite like Songs of Conquest. Again, it was something that I was given by GOG for promotional purposes, so I could just be favorably disposed because I didn't have to pay for it. I will mention that I can feel a little more comfortable with the GOG recommendation, which I should probably put in the paste here because they did ask me to direct you to it. I can feel a little bit better about the recommendation here just because GOG's summer sale is giving it 25% off, whereas the Steam summer sale does not appear to be. So I am no longer an affiliate with GOG, so you do not enrich me by using that link. But they are the ones who gave me the key for this, and the game currently is on sale, which was a little unexpected for me, which is one of the reasons why I'm bringing it up. But I will also just say, I am curious. You like a good rant? Okay, that's good to hear. I am a little curious in terms of overall interest for some of the games that I've been doing. So I have one extra one that I'm going to put into the mix at some point, but I'm just going to write these out for myself. So we're doing Industries of Titan. Old World. Phantom Brigade. Out There. Songs of Conquest. Am I missing any of these? I think I said say. Oh, right, because it was the unknown game. I have some other stuff that I'd like to do, but I'm trying to get stuff off my list rather than add it. So, I don't know, if out of those, any of you have a particular favorite that you'd like to see more of. I know there's definitely some votes for Industries of Titans. I know Jetpack is just falling over themselves to see me play more Songs of Conquest. No, like I kind of have an idea in terms of people's preferences in that, but I am trying to figure out exactly how I'm handling my schedule in general. So all games and genres I'm interested in. That's good. It means I'm on the right track on the stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I am interested if if people would like to see a particular game. I mean, if you want to see this game more, I'm happy to do some more of it. But as always, I'm definitely interested in hearing a little bit. I don't know. I just like hearing where people are. The streams that they've particularly enjoyed. So if you really like seeing Phantom Brigade, I can do more of that. You're here for the involved topic conversations. I should probably just try and do a just chatting stream at some point, but yeah, I need to wrap it up. I'm hoping nobody. I actually ordered some food, so I'm hoping nobody. I'm hoping nobody stole the food between it arriving and me wrapping up. But I do think I need to call it. Sadly, nobody's playing more Songs of Conquest, so I can't pass off the host there. There is somebody I know from the GOG stream team who's streaming Martian Gothic. So it's Kilgore Trout. I've never seen Martian Gothic, by the way. I'm told it's like Resident Evil in space. You miss Phantom Brigade? Phantom Brigade's wonderful. And the reload replay feature is actually quite good. But yeah, I'm going to try and find a way to put that special game or that secret game or that unplayed game inside. I'll figure out a balance in terms of all of my streams. But right now the plan is Old World on Mondays, a Brace Yourself game on Wednesday. So that's usually Phantom Brigade or Industries of Titan. I might change it up a little bit with Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade just because Phantom Brigade's not going to get an update next month. Excuse me. And Friday's kind of my free day. So we might do Out There next week. We might do Songs of Conquest. Might be a chance for me to do that other game as well, but I might try and add that on Thursdays or weekends or whenever. But I got to call it here. So I'm going to host Kilgore Trout. He's the best available. He's actually currently doing his box and movie hype. So he has a bunch of DVDs and Blu-rays, and he's got a bunch of classic video game boxes which he sort of shows to chat and shares. He's got some fairly strict rules. So as you can guess from me, conversations can get off topic very quickly. And he doesn't like that, particularly with the movies and boxes. So I'll mention his rules now, not because I think any of you are going to break them, but because he's currently in the middle of this. And so, I'll save you having to read them. So 1, stay on topic of the game or the movie being discussed. 2, this is a place for fun and positivity. Differences of opinion are fine, but stay civil. And 3, spoilers of any kind will not be tolerated, no matter the age of the game or film. So I hope no one stole your. I mean, it is what if they need it that badly. I wish that they would ask, but there are worse things that can happen, right? I have a job. I'm the type of person who can afford to order in some dinner when I go late, as opposed to have to make it myself. So there's worse that could happen. Thank you all, Grid. Thank you all of you for hanging out, especially when I went very ranty. But yeah, enjoy Kilgore. Please don't take those rules as like really strict or that, but those are his rules. So just keep that in mind. I think he held up Jaws, and I will leave you in his capable hands for the rest of it. Have a lovely evening. I'll see you next week.